Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 30th of April. That's right, April is gone. It is far behind us now. So, hey, what does that make us? We're like almost halfway through the year? The fuck, that doesn't sound right, but it goddamn is. Remember that. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, 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 yo. Bring out your private jets, guys. Oh my god, it's so delicious, isn't it? It's so fucking delicious. And did you see it? Like, it's all shiny. They've named it Pauline's private jet. They've named it the Spectre of Mao. Hey? Just for all the in crowd. Not everyone's going to understand that reference. It's so disgusting. No, it's delicious. It's so delicious. But it is. It's fucking gross, isn't it? Oh my god. And like no one bats an eyelid. Like, honestly, it's just another one of those situations. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, have a look at my thumbnail. Have a look at the thumbnail. Pauline Hanson has somehow wrangled herself in a private jet. And, like, it's not just because of her amazing business acumen. It's not just because she knows how to run a good fish and chip shop. She's been saving up to get herself a private jet. No, it's come from none other than your favorite of mine, Gina Rinehart. Yes, you guessed it. You guessed it. So we're going to have a look at that a bit later today. But first of all, I actually want to get in. It's just been coming across my feed as I've been setting up for this stream. I've been having a look at Pete Hegseth has been getting grilled in a House committee hearing with regards to, I don't know, military shit. But anyway, I just want to see Pete Hegseth get fucking reamed. And like struggle to answer questions. I'm imagining like a Pam Bondi situation here where she's just like the Dow, but like he'll do it some other way. He'll link it to a crusade or something. That, like I added in the stream chat, is fucked. Link. All right, let me have a look. Oh, is this fucking Yavi's Avi Yemeni stuff? Oh my god. I don't know. Do we want to go there, Hobo Joe? Honestly, do you want to look at our favorite IDF soldier? All right, let's have a look at what Avi's up to. I guess this is how we're gonna start the stream today, Hobo Joe. Honestly, is this what it's come to? All right, let's have a look at this. Rebel News. I believe you would be mad about it. I don't know, man. I don't really get angry easily. I'm pretty chill. Honestly, nothing perturbs me. Let's have a look. Rebel News. Free Palestine. Avi Yemeni announces a plan to free Palestine from Hamas. I'm launching a brand new political party. But hear me out. It's not what you think. Oh my god. Maybe he wants a private jet too. What do you reckon? What do you think? I need your help. Said no budding politician ever. In a move designed to turn Victoria's controversial voting system against the very establishment that perceived it, I've decided to take a leaf out of the leftist playbook. For years, the Labor Party has retained power in the state partly through a shonky preference system that is now banned everywhere else in Australia. This system allows parties rather than voters to decide where preferences flow when a person votes above the line. I've seen how this works firsthand. In the last election, a party called the Sack Dan Andrews Party appeared on the ballot. Angry voters flocked to it, but their preferences flowed back to Labor, back to Dan Andrews. Inspired by Monica Smith's Save the Environment Party concept, I have identified a single issue that unites a specific demographic of useful idiots across the political spectrum, whether it is far left, fringe right, or certain immigrant cultures, there's only one cause they cannot resist: free Palestine. What the fuck? What are we reading, bro? No way. He's going to start a free Palestine party so he can grab people's votes. And then when the party does fucking nothing, the preferences go to what? One nation? Oh my God. This is fucking outrageous. Oh, the things I would do to Pauline on that jet. Oh my God. Jag, what an entrance. No. No, all I can think about is that picture of that Ravi doctored of dilemmas as Pauline Hanson in that saucy number sitting on the Cadillac or whatever the fuck it was. Hey, those pins and Jag in a private jet. Oh yeah, those legs. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Ravi baby in the house. How you going? I did say it's fucked, dude. This is beyond fucked, Homo Joe. This is like out. He's deliberately. No, sorry. He's openly claiming a fraudulent activity. He's like, hey, other people mislead voters, so I'm going to set up a party to mislead voters. I'm sure there's laws against this stuff, right? There must be laws against misleading voters. No, maybe not. They've been marching in the streets and campaigning for online for years now. Imagine for a second that these groups walked into a polling booth that saw free Palestine party. It's genius. I'm a genius. Bender's a genius. This guy. Spandonk's in the house. Oh, whoa. No fucking way. Weird how that works. How you going, Spandonk? It's been a while. You're on the stream chat. I can see you. Well. By launching the Free Palestine Party, I intend to capture these votes and strategically redistribute them. We're going to flow our preferences to parties that want to be free Palestine. They want free Palestine from Hamas. Like what? Anyone who backs Israel, basically. And so in order to free Palestine from Hamas, we actually have to free Palestine from herself. It's very deep stuff, but like, just eradicate Palestine and there's no longer Hamas. It works. You just got to think about it. I know a supporter of free Palestine. I take my political advice from the former IOF soldiers and chopping board enthusiasts. Well, it's not deceiving voters because he's stating that it's freeing them from Hamas. Is it? It just says free Palestine. However, the clock is ticking. To make this a reality, I need 750 members urgently because the cutoff date is just over a month away. I'm calling on Victorians to head to the registration website, Free Palestine Party, now to take action. I don't know, man. I don't know. It is misleading. Like he's actually saying it's to actually deceive these people. They cannot resist. I don't know. It's genius. Fuck, what a knob jockey. He really is a fucking knob, isn't he? God damn. I agree with you. But that will be his argument? Yeah, well. Let the courts decide. Spandog, thanks, and welcome back. Good to see y'all again. Welcome back to the chat, man. Hope you are well. Unless you've just been lurking and we haven't noticed you. But yeah, welcome back. He's doing an Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib grift. He's a Free Palestine from Hamas guy who works for a US think tank. Yeah, right. Oh, well. So like all of these guys are literally just, there's not like a new idea between any of these pricks. They just see one of them do it. And, oh my God, can I borrow that, man? If they even talk to each other, I guess. There's a couple of conditions for those willing to join this tactical maneuver. First, you got to be based in Victoria. If you live interstate, I need you to share this mission with everyone you know. Secondly, when the Victorian Electoral Commission, VEX, sends a confirmation letter, you need to fill it in and send it back. won't cost you a cent to register, but it must be proper. Verified registration to stand up to scrutiny. We need 750 members ASAP. Wow. Is anyone from Victoria? Can someone actually do this? And so we can just monitor this situation from the inside? I'm thinking, are you not from Victoria, Ravy baby? Do you want to be our woman on the inside? Eh? And like go along to register and become oh my god, you're in Victoria? Like, would you do it? Like he said, it won't cost you a cent. You don't even have to front cash. It won't cost you a cent to register, but it must be proper. Verified registration to stand up to scrutiny. It's about more than just one issue. It's about using the system to change the system. Hey, what a revolutionary he is. This fucking genius here. God damn. Donate $100. Get fucked, bro. Wow. Well, look, I think somebody needs to go needs to go undercover here and see what this means. Nah, sorry, I've been AWOL, too busy the last couple of weeks. No, this is the first week back, actually. So, welcome. And I hope you are well, not struggling too much under the oppressive weight of capital. I'm in Victoria. I do want to move back to New South Wales next year, so I guess I could destroy my reputation here. Hey, bro, what's a reputation between friends? Who cares? Am I right? Ravy, that's why I called you out, Ravy. Like, if you really want to do something for the world, like, this could be it. I don't know if I can fly under the radar enough. You can smell the lefty on me. Yeah, well, I'm telling you, this could be your chance to make a difference in the world. Do you not feel the calling? Eh? You could go along and meet the real Avi, shake his hand, have a photo op. Weird how that works. Free Palestine party directing preferences to one nation. Sack Dan Andrews party directing preferences to Labour. Well done, Avi. Love it. I'll keep voting One Nation. If One Nation gets in and nothing changes, I'm going to start rioting. Well, there's a vote of confidence right there. Right. Dyeing my hair blue as we speak. I do a lot of work for the true lefties. All right, fair enough. All right, but if anyone decides to take one for the team, Victorian audience, please let us know. This stream needs better channel point redeems. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I'm uncultured, hun. You'll have to tell me more about your genius ideas. Maybe you can get in bed with fucking Avi over here. He's a genius. Han, you and Abby might get along nicely. LOL, hadn't read the comments, thought it was interesting. He's already hitting back at the backlash. Yeah, what backlash? When was this? Like 14 hours ago, 15 hours, 13? It's still pretty fresh. Hasn't been a day yet since he posted this bad boy. Fucking hell. What a knob jockey. Honestly, he really is. He's the jockiest. He really is. Rebel News. When did this post? 27th of April. Like, do we watch it? I don't know, man. I'm going to give him 2 minutes. I'm going to give him 2 minutes. See what he actually has to say for himself. My God.
I am launching a brand new political party. But hear me out. It's not what you think, and I need your help.
I was just reading the script.
Recently, I brought you the story of Monica Smith, who I thought had a clever idea by launching a new political party in the lead up to the Victorian state election called Save the Environment. It's leaning into leftist worldview where it can take voters from there and redistribute their votes.
It's back. So good. Saving the environment, giving a fuck about this thing that's not only has gifted, but sustains life on this rock that like somehow moves throughout the universe and, you know, goes around, revolves around the star in the center of our solar system. Like caring about the environment is just like lefty, hardcore lefty propaganda. People can't care about the environment and not be politically aligned somewhere. You think I haven't spat sweet fash hate at Avi in the flesh before? What kind of lefty Melburnian do you think I am? Okay, sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have assumed. Well, this time you get to meet him undercover and hold back your saliva, please. Do not use it as a projectile. You can, I don't know, get some dirt from inside the machinations of this genius, of this goddamn genius.
To conservative parties. It was taking a leaf out of the leftist playbook, what Labor has done for many years, which is why they've retained power, or part of why they've retained power for so long in Victoria. Essentially, it's building on the group voting ticket, something that's been banned across the country.
He's made a claim in here as well. Can some Victorian tell me? He's just like, and it's a shonky preference system that's now banned everywhere else in Australia. Like, I thought there's preferential voting everywhere. What's he talking about? And why is Victoria's preferential voting shonky and banned everywhere else in Australia? What the hell? Like, what's he talking about? What repercussions would one have if they were caught going undercover in such a party? I don't know. Maybe the usual, a lynching. They'll strap you up. Tar and feathering, maybe. Eh? Public shame. What are those things called where they lock you up in a public square around your neck and your stocks? I think they're called stocks. Yeah, he'll put you in stocks and parade you through the streets of Melbourne. I'll need a disguise. I'll go in drag. That would probably fuck with him. Sounds like a kinky time. Oh my god. Sarsaparilla Jane in the house. How you going? Welcome. And welcome to the Twitch crew. Hope you're all well. Alright. If you're wondering what the fuck is going on here, we've had the stream's been hijacked today by some outrageous news. There's a guy called Avi Yemeni who's an Australian, I don't know what, independent journalist, who's, I don't know, right wing. He's not rail supporter. He's like he served with the IOF, not to be confused with the IDF, and like he's Australian Israeli kind of thing. So like, you know, he's right wing, but he's not the type of right wing that doesn't like people like him, if you know what I mean. And like he's come up with a genius plan to create a free Palestine party to suck votes from lefties in an upcoming election. Ex-Smacky as well. Interesting. Okay. And yes, suck votes from lefties and then redistribute them to right-wing parties through preference voting systems. So like this is fucking genius stuff for this guy. And like I think that it's misleading. But like, whatever. But yes, deceitful Free Palestine Party plan to boost One Nation support. Oh my god. It is. The mainstream media do move quickly. What the fuck's that about? Get our free e-news. Oh god, it's awful. Anyway, so this guy's come up with a genius plan. We're just unpacking his genius right here. Don't forget convicted domestic abuser. Oh, maybe he shouldn't form a party. Is he allowed to? Larp Jeff in the house. Hello, internet friends. Hello, Larp Jeff. I hope you're well. Dilemmas. Already I'm here. I was busy getting outraged by Albo's Royal Commission speech. Ah. Oh, you must be fucking equally outraged about people who get private jets. We'll get to that. I really want to know your thoughts on this, man. I can't wait till we get to that segment. Deceitful tactics in politics? Well, I never. Hey, keep that to yourself, bro. Govan in the house. How you going? Did Israel give the UAE that technology? Ha ha ha. New alliances. Negro. Loving it. Ha ha. Sarsaparilla Jane, they get offended when you call him right wing. Don't know why they can't embrace what they are. Ex-IDF soldier. Why does he get offended being called right wing? Surely not. Surely not. This is what Bannon did with Clive in the Epi Files, no? With Clive in the Epi Files, no? Interesting. Yeah, Bannon's a big orchestrator of all these, useful political tactics. Why not? Oh no, I've not seen that yet. Welcome. You're already triggered? I got you covered, bro. Bro, triggered? Come on, man. Even for you, working class man, just there for the Aussie battler. Where's your private jet? Anyway, we'll get to it. Created trumpets to split the vote. Ah, right. Okay, that's the angle there. I don't know. The comments on the 10 News story were seething about calling him right wing. Oh wow. Have we stepped into a fucking alternate universe here? Like, how else would you describe this guy? Yeah, whatever. They think he's neutral? Yeah, right. Like Switzerland over here? Sure, bro. I heard Clive is coming back, of course. Of course he is. Clive's coming back. All right, well, look, maybe we'll... I don't know what, fuck it. We're on the topic now. Let's do this. Spandong, I'm taking you up on this one. Let's see what Channel 10 has to say about this. Is organized, remember, Izzy loves their butts. Ah, yes. The middle, clearly the only sane ground, with extremities left and right acting the fool constantly. Yeah, look, acting the fool, eh? But like you need somebody to point the finger at and say they're extreme. So people do clump around the radical center, as I like to call it. All right. Shock. One Nation Party ploy. I saw this come up and I just didn't even think about it. Persia artists. LOL, I find it funny the two-party system been doing it for years. Where's the missing 15 billion? Do proper journalism for Pete's sake? For Pete's sake. Is it Pete's sake? Interesting. Middle will always capitulate to the right. I guess so. We're all integra. You just blame the previous government for everything? It's the Australian way. It's just modern politics.
There's a plan afoot to hoodwink Australian voters. And the man behind it isn't shying away from his intentions.
He's a far-right activist. He served in the Israeli army. So why is Avi Yemeni spearheading a movement called the Free Palestine Party? Rory Campbell investigates.
Why did you come my way? You're filming this, huh?
Avi Yemeni is an agitator and a provocateur. The former Israeli soldier, now a right-wing commentator in Australia, he talks a lot about the war between Israel and Hamas.
You're going to have a case against yourself.
Sue me.
His views are pretty clear-cut.
What is the one issue that unites all useful idiots from the far left to the fringe right to certain immigrant cultures that have imported their hate? Who?
Certain immigrant groups that have imported their hate? Like, hello, what type of immigrant group do you belong to that imports extreme hate? Come on. Avi not right-wing biased propaganda supporting a certain old entity. We all know what and who. Avi, please go away. Edgar, not happy. God damn. Wow. Who would have thought that Avi brings out the emotions? God damn. Spandog, I love that she used the word hoodwink. It is. It's such a good word, isn't it? Eh? Such a good word. Such a punchable face. The left capitulate because their lip dick tolerance does allow the left to even consider a robust gulag since 100 years ago. Does allow the left? Yeah, it does allow. Their limp dick tolerance does allow the left to even consider a robust gulag since 100 years ago. Well, look, the gulag. It's got its pros and its cons. Come on. That's Brother Jane. C. Ironically, Avi and the Labour Party have the same goal: protect Israeli interests. This dastardly EV gentleman has derived a poppycock plan to hoodwink us. Yeah, they should have had you on the writing team, I think. They missed an opportunity with that one. Ivy is not worth the light of day. All right, well, we better turn your lights off and watch this one in the dark, ladies and gentlemen, because we haven't finished with Avi telling us what the score is. Sorry, doesn't. Okay, sorry. Let me read that again. The left capitulate because their limbic tolerance doesn't allow the left to even consider a robust gulag since 100 years ago. Oh, man. All right, let's do this.
Free Palestine.
Now Yemeni is trying to register his own political party in Victoria. Its name, the Free Palestine Party.
Imagine they walked into a polling booth and they saw Free Palestine Party. It's genius.
It's goddamn genius.
So Yemeni is recruiting members.
Is
We're
it
gonna
genius,
flow our
though?
preferences on to parties that want to free Palestine from Hamas.
To do that, he intends to take advantage of the group voting ticket system in Victoria's upper house. If you cast a single vote above the line, your preferences go to a list made by that party. Yemeni favours Pauline Hanson's One Nation.
If he wants to start up a political party and direct preferences to One Nation, I'll gladly welcome those preferences. My opinion is get rid of the whole system. Make it fair right across the board, allow the voters to control their preferences.
The established Free Palestine movement is
Yemeni? Yemen? Avi, how do you explain this? Ha ha. Ah, legend. Thank you. And you gave stuff yesterday as well, I believe. Pair character holding his belly laughing out loud. Why can't I see these? I get weird descriptions of stuff. Thank you very much. You're a legend. And thank you for everyone who's been like giving me super chats and all that sort of stuff this week since we've been back. Like now I've sorted out my problems with the fucking behemoth that is Google and people who've been supporting. And like on Twitchland, people keep giving each other gift subs in like shows of solidarity. It's beautiful. Thank you, everyone. I do fucking appreciate it. And yeah, thank you, Govan. Legend. Absolute legend. It goes a long way. It helps. It helps a lot. Thank you. Avi has 13 siblings. Yes, there is. It's 13. There's 12 more of them. She shouldn't wear green. It cancels out red. That's for real, Jane. Does he think pro-Palestine groups aren't on the internet and won't find out about this? He thinks we're uninformed voters. Yeah, I think that's the weird thing about this one is like... As if, and this is what I was saying before, if there's Victorians that are watching this right now and you're not thinking about registering for this party just to see what happens, and so you can maybe throw a spanner in the works somewhere, like as if there aren't enough purple pingers type people in Victoria or Melbourne right now that would register for this shit just to fuck things up. Like, come on. Has he thought this one through? Honestly. The Jews were in Yemen and Arabia for millennia before Muhammad was even thought of. Yes, Avi Yemeni. Eh? If I ever pop my super chat, cherry, I will do it here. Bro. You know, I haven't heard that sentence many times in my life. It's been a long time when someone's talked about popping their cherry with me, but thank you, Delevaz. Thank you very much. It's the thought that counts. Oh my god, Jovan nailed it. Wasn't sure anyone here actually knew their history. Well, not without history lessons. Thank you very much. That's what holds this stream together. I think you'd be surprised how many would sign up just because of the name, LOL. The right wing doesn't have a monopoly on stupid. Yeah, I guess so. But this guy is broadcasting his genius. The ruse is up. The ruse is up.
I believe it is deceitful. I think it's anti-democratic. I think it's the work of a right-wing racist agitator to try and build the forces of the far right, of racism and of Islamophobia.
For his part, Yemeni isn't claiming the idea as his own. Avi Yemeni claims that Labor has used this tactic and it's helped them stay in power. How real's that?
Completely false. I think it's pretty clear that the campaigns that the major parties have run have been on a whole range of broad-ranging issues.
Do you think it's a tactic that'll work?
No, I don't think so at all. The actual issue itself, those individuals who are extremely passionate about it are also extremely engaged in politics. So I think that this will fall flat.
To register a political party in Victoria, you need at least 500 members. The Electoral Commission checks them to make sure they're eligible voters and not members of other parties.
No.
The party needs to have a
No
written
fucking
constitution.
way.
The application fee is $800.
Thank you very much, Ravy. Legend. There's a cherry there. We've had enough chats. I know that cherry. It ain't popped here, but thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Again, everyone, thank you. Goes a long way. Goes a long way. If Australia is anything like America, it is overflowing with retarded fuckwits. Isn't that just, Western society at large, though, Han? Give people universal enfranchisement and everyone just turns into knobs. Jerry's been blown up, apparently. There it is. No, but thank you. I appreciate it. You hope it doesn't work, lol. Yeah, it's going to be hard to spin it, not being deliberately deceitful when you've come out and said it. I don't think Sack Dan Andrews' party did that, lol. Do the NSN... So the NSN can't form a party, but Avi can? Yeah, this is outrageous. Thank you, Dilemmas. We blocked the NSN from making a party by outlawing them as a hate group or something like that. I think that's how they did it, right? But their party wasn't called the NSN. It was going to be called like the White Australia Party or something. But now the NSN's gone. I guess they can't form the party. But we stopped them. But Avi can. Seems like more of just a stunt, just to point out the flaws in the preference system. I'm starting to think maybe that is actually it. I think all he's doing is just getting people talking about him again, which is what an egomaniac like him probably wants, right? Who's in charge of the NSN? I don't know. Oh man, you just want me to say Thomas Sewell, don't you? I'm not saying it. I'm not talking about the one that you're thinking of. Truly the American mob thought exceptionalism was their inheritance via osmosis. We're gonna get onto some fucking American exceptionalism soon, actually. Got him. Yeah, right, bro. God, I said it, all right. Turns out you should read party policies. Sewell? Who? Banana Boy? Did somebody mention Thomas Sewell? Oh, God. We're going to have to watch some Thomas Sewell. Actually, maybe we can do that in a Far Right Fridays. Hey? Right-wing economist extraordinaire. Hey? Reformed Marxist, Thomas Sewell. It's Sewell? Or is it Sewell? What most seem to fail to grasp is you control your preference vote, not the parties. You're just gonna pay the smallest amount of attention, and here we go down the rabbit hole. We're going. We're going. I still put the call out though. No one's hit me up. I think actually maybe Dilemmas has in the general chat. I said, look, if people have got calls for Far Right Friday tomorrow, what we're gonna be digesting, go let me know. This one's weird, isn't it, Dilemmas? What the fuck is this? Lowering immigration. This guy's channel. He's called the rightist leftist. So he's like a right-wing lefty, whatever the fuck that is. Talk about confusing. I haven't watched this yet, but it came across my feed. Our feeds are converging, bro. We are transitioning into one. A little less Islamocentricity is all I ask for. That the caliphate suffered some reverses and the Western intellectuals can't handle it. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. It turns out that this is actually advocating for clear party policies and increased education. Yeah? Sounds like a radical centrist to me. Yes, got to watch out for the radical centrists. And that's what people are complaining about, apparently. He's not a... Yeah. New bloke I found. Really balanced commentary from a rightist leftist. Yeah, he does sound like a radical centrist. But we could look at this, I guess. A radical centrist. Watch out for them. They're the worst. At least with right-wing and left-wing people, you know where they stand. The radical centrists, who the fuck knows? Evil bastards.
$40.50. The paperwork needs to be in by the 1st of June ahead of Victoria's November election. So Yemeni doesn't have a lot of time. Objections to a new political party can be made by anyone for a number of reasons, one being because the name is obscene, but they can't be made because the name of the party doesn't express its true character, or because the party has questionable policies. Pro-Palestine supporters and Yemeni do have one thing in common. Neither likes the current group voting ticket system.
The problem is this system that allows people who have very little support in the community to get elected.
The Victorian government is...
So he's got them. He's got agreement, consensus with those evil lefties. She doesn't like the system. He doesn't like the system. Maybe he is just highlighting it. Hey, it's all been a ruse from the absolute genius. He was a genius all along. Bit long, but might be interesting for tomorrow. A lot of views explained. Rob Schneider. I'm a 90s liberal, which makes me a fascist. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Like, we have to listen to Rob Schneider whinge. Oh, my God. But, like, you know what? It would probably be hilarious. He is quite the fucking whinger, this guy. Trigonometry. God damn. These other dregs will just pillory Christianity and any other conventional faith except for Islam. Do you really see it that way, though? Do you really see it that way? That, like, people are just, like, putting Islam up on a pedestal and allowing it to just get away with anything. I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that, to be honest. Like, in the sense that people seem to point out the injustices that, like, Muslim people have faced since, I guess you would say, 9/11. It'd probably be a pretty good date to put it in. So there's been overwhelming angst against Muslims generally. And so this is, like, kind of the response to it. But, like, questioning the religion itself, and the drawbacks of a religion, like, that's just what people do, right? Just criticize religion. The opinion class does, if you will. Interesting. Not people with common sense. I don't know, man. Like, most people are down with criticizing religion. Like, you know, from Islam to Buddhism, like, whatever it is. But, like, targeting people because they're of a religion, I think that is frowned upon, generally. Hey, the tolerant left, or just tolerant society generally. Matt Bond, I have arrived during a stream. That's good to have you. Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Salwan Momika? Question mark. I don't know the reference. Religion does have a lot to be criticized about. Yeah, fucking oath. Religion is definitely worth criticism. But we shouldn't do pogroms. Yeah. Fair enough. I'm a carrot? Oh, dude, it's such a good reference. Oh, I'm a carrot. Yeah, could you imagine listening to him speak about why he's so upset that he can't say his bigoted stuff and not be called a fascist? It's the delicious irony of, like, people like this. Like, they call, you know, liberals and lefty snowflakes, but when someone calls them a fascist, they're just like, you hurt my feelings. He can't call me a fascist. It's not fair. Razors in the house? Yo, what's up? How you going? Long time no see. Where are you go? I will go to La France. I was in France with my partner visiting her family. Long overdue trip. It was lovely. And I'm back, baby. Okay, there's a big difference. For people a little confused. Lovely. Yeah, thank you. It was lovely. Très bien. It was beautiful. But a person isn't just their religion. Wow, that was very profound dilemmas. So I guess you could just stop being worried about people based on their religion then. You should just be concerned it's the religion at large, but the individuals are fine and shouldn't be persecuted as such. Enough of this yavi stuff. It's wrong. How are the frog legs this time of year? Well, like, it was springtime, so there was lots of frogs out, I would say. But, like, I didn't eat frog legs. Had a lot of baguettes, eh? Talk about a cliche. My God, baguettes are good over there. My God. Oh, this is Salwan Momika. Was an Iraqi refugee, ex-paramilitary member of the Popular Mobilization. While living in Sweden, he gained fame for being anti-Islam demonstrator. Okay. R.I.P. Anyone who speaks out against Islam, for fuck's sake. Speaking of France, the Charlie Hebdo. Yeah, okay. Charlie Hebdo. And, like, you know, he was critical of Islam and as a religion. And I think, like, kind of the religious... What's the way to say it? Like, religious... Oh, God, I'm sure there's a better word for this. But, like, no-go zones. Can't display Muhammad. Like, he did it anyway. He did what many artists do. They pay the ultimate price for their art and their commentary. But like definitely raised awareness. That you can't ascertain a difference is interesting. I guess Christians targeted abortion clinics. So I think I'm lost in this conversation though. You can't ascertain a difference is interesting. I guess Christians targeted abortion clinics. Look, I think religion generally, it's okay. We reap it all and more. Taboo. Yeah, taboo is a good word for that, actually. Let's go with that. Thank you. Yeah, like religions generally have done some crazy things. And so like I don't think you can say one religion is worse than any other. Like they're all just questionable as fuck. And so they should be treated the same. Didn't Banksy identify get revealed recently? Really? I didn't know that. Someone doxed him? I will say it's lovely because you went with your partner, but I have a problem with the high expectations of Paris and its reputation as a city of love. Despite Paris having the most exaggerated ratings, I found the countryside and other cities to be better. They're preferable if you're targeting tourism in France. That's a fair point, I must say. Like the Paris that I saw, she lives on the northern side of Paris in the 18th district. And like, it's definitely, it's more hardcore. I call it like the Bankstown of Paris, but it's way more hardcore than Bankstown. And like I said, like previous times when I've been there are like certain streets that we go down and she's like, shut up. And I'm like, why? She's like, they can tell that you're not from here. Just put your head down and shut your mouth. So like, it's rough as the parts that I'm in. Like we weren't really, like I would go and visit touristy areas and stuff like that, but like we saw a different part of Paris. And so like, yes, I hear you. Paris can be a fucking, it's too expensive and it's overrated in some of like people's built up expectations of what it's going to be like. And it's just full of wankers in like designer clothing, just trying to take a good shot next to like an iconic building or something. Heaps and heaps of wealthy pricks around in designer clothing trying to take pictures. You have 48,000 terror attacks in over 70 countries since 9/11. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you're building a case as to why one religion is obviously worse than others based on terror attacks in 70 countries since 9/11. Yeah. Like, you know, how would you answer like to something like knowing that the terror groups, let's say, that have carried out those attacks have been fully funded by, you know, like American deep state organizations, if not even like set up by those deep state organizations themselves. So not just funded and supported, given resources to fight against, I don't know, Russians or something like that, or I don't know, destabilize a region for whatever purpose. But like, you know, I hear you, but like it's not, I don't think it's as black and white as that. Like they get assistance. So, you know, a lot of these people are just like the Kurds, you know, they're just being used and abused by greater powers. And then like those greater powers can be like, oh, look, they did it. Not us. Jimmy Carr jokes about Muhammad. Lastly, on the topic of religious criticism, I think Jimmy Carr joked about it best. People love a bit of Carr, don't they? Right, Americans getting schools shot up every day by white boys. I almost went to France when I was a toddler, but my parents sent me to NZ with my grandparents, and I got fat on NZ milk instead. Could have been French butter. Hey, you missed out. the Jews smuggle enough arms in 1948? No, not that at all, really. I didn't understand the reference. And I also only met people who wear exaggerated outfits as if they were at a costume party. I think I really like people to be natural and behave well, and this is what attracts me to travel. So the city might be good, but if the people are not welcoming, I would also feel like I don't want to stay long. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, I seem to have, because I'm living with like locals, well, I was staying with locals, so while I'm there, I have a very different experience of it. And I get to go to different places, I guess, that they kind of want to go to. They're like, oh no, you should probably see this. And I do like historical stuff as well. It was so good seeing the tomb of Napoleon. That was the best. I was like, I'm so close to Napoleon. It's crazy. All right. I think we are off off the topic here. Thanks to Avi, Yemen, E. I'm gonna move us back to where I wanted to go before. So I'll let the chat continue on this train here. I don't think I've lost it, to be honest. I've missed key comments there. But like I really want to watch this. Okay, I wanted to watch this like fucking 45 minutes ago now. But Hegseth is getting fucking berated here, apparently, in some fucking committee hearing about like why America is doing so shit in the Iran situation. I'm pretty sure that's what it's about. So I would like to hear this. You're welcome. I do enjoy sidetracking the conversation. Yeah, you started this. Hey, look at where we are now. That was like, fuck, yeah, that was 45 minutes ago, bro. What's going on? Ship y'all to the Muzzy world and you can deal with it in practice. Interesting. It's literally not violent doctrine. Show me in the Bible where it commands crusades or even allows them. It doesn't. Up to now, we've only dealt with it in theory. Keg's breath speaking of holy war and violent evangelicals. Well, maybe we get a taste of that here. Let's have a look.
Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all just heard pretty powerful reporting, courtesy of Mr. Ryan, from many of our wounded troops who were injured in the attack in Kuwait. Mr. Secretary, you heard direct quotes from some of them via CBS's reporting. They were willing to talk to the press. Things like they were unprepared to provide any defense for themselves in the unit. Things like we were moved closer to Iran to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target. Your spokesperson, Sean Parnell, in response to that reporting, said it was not true. Do you agree with that? He was calling these guys liars?
I'm not calling our troops liars, and I don't know if what you're representing is correct or not. I'll take you at your word.
What a trap that was. I wouldn't call our troops liars. Wouldn't you, asshole? Hey.
On that. But all I know is that we took every effort possible at the commencement of this campaign to ensure the defense of our troops, to include moving them off of known bases to places that were not known, and we had
understood,
intel
Secretary,
were not known, and then those were fortified with bunkers and other fortifications with theater air defenses. Was our concern that something could
I'm going to pause you there. I'm going to give you a chance.
Absolutely.
Secretary, I'm going to give you a chance.
You're disparaging me that I don't care.
I'm asking you whether you think they're liars or not. That's what I asked you.
You are disparaging me that I don't care about the passing of our troops.
Nope. I asked if you thought they're liars. Secretary.
That's disparaging and smearing in every way. Nobody cares more about the fate of our troops. Nobody cares about the health of our troops. Nobody wants to bring them all hope more than I do.
I understand, but he controls the time. He controls the time. You get to control your answer. And the gentleman's ready.
If we're allowed to answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary,
control your answer? Well. Eh?
Question was clear whether you thought they were liars or not. You don't seem to want to answer it. We can move on. The other part of what your spokesman said, and you just reiterated here, was that, and I'm quoting your spokesman, every possible measure has been taken to safeguard our troops, end quote. You mean to tell us, and I'll give you a chance to clarify, there is not a single additional thing you could have done to protect those troops who are now wounded, 6 of whom are dead.
All right, see, someone brought up American exceptionalism before, and I just want to fucking point this out. Like maybe I'm just really uneducated in this type of stuff here. But like you start a conflict. I'm not going to call it a war. You start a conflict. People are shooting fucking drones and missiles at each other. From what I understand, there have been tens of thousands of deaths in Iran as a result of American and Israeli joint bombardment of Iran. And we're talking about like what, fucking 6 people, supposedly, have died on the American side. And these people are like, yeah, you could have done more, Hegseth, to protect these servicemen and women. Like 6 people compared to tens of thousands of people that have died on the other side. And like millions of people have been displaced. And they're arguing over like 6 people. Like obviously, yes, okay, I'll say the line. Any death is an absolute tragedy. But like, come on, like relative to what? Relative to what? The thousands and thousands of people that have died on the other side? Like, what I'm getting at here is, do Americans really think that you can go and start a conflict like this and no one will die? Like no American troops will get injured or die or something like that? Like that is some incredible American exceptionalism, if you ask me. Like, is America's armed forces that sophisticated that they can literally start a war and expect that no one dies? I just don't understand how all this logic works. I'm really, really confused by all of this. They believe their own propaganda. Look, I've seen enough Hollywood movies. Nobody goes down. We never leave a soldier behind. I don't get it. Hegseth, excuse me, this person shouldn't be anything. He doesn't know the etiquette of conversation or even how to speak in a way to prove his point, yet he holds such a position. Violence is considered haram. Oh, wait, this is a separate conversation now. Representing the National Guard with pride. Bless you, Major, the private of higher military leadership. I guess they do believe their own propaganda. Like, I'm just lost with this. Like, if you start a war, I thought he'd be sitting there, Hegseth, and be like, this is war. All right? Don't you understand? You sit here with your little committees and you pass judgment. This is war. You can't handle the truth. Something like that. But no, they're pretending like, I don't know, Hegseth seems to be buying into this game that he could have stopped. Like they could start a war and not have any casualties at all. I'm really surprised about this. I really am surprised about this. They use logic that when the lie is obvious, it should just be believed and it will be the truth. Doesn't work like that. But look at the Dow. Yes, it's a myth, exceptionalism. All countries do it on in a way. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure they do. But like this is fucking mental. Like you've sent so many people to go and bomb the shit out of another country, and you know that they have the capacity to respond, and they have done that, and then like people are arguing about people dying as a result of that. It seems extravagant to me. It seems like they're living in a fucking alternate reality. And it is exceptionalism to think that they're fucking... It's like they think they're invincible, almost. It's like a computer game. They're on level fucking 100 and everyone else is still on level 26 or something. I doubt this person even knows who their father is, let alone what unjust wars are. Oh man, but apparently they didn't play the game. Didn't gameplay it first, yeah. If you view it through the lens of trauma, of course they're going to believe their own lies. They're all little kids running around traumatized in adult bodies. That's why their interviews are childish. The narcissistic behavior displayed by these incompetent elites echoes through the screen. Narcissism is really powerful when it comes to capitalism. Damn. It's fucking heavy as. Crazy analysis there. Video game brain, yeah. People, they are not some faceless enemy. They are literal children being killed. In the majority of Islamic countries, what's the punishment for apostasy? of. That's valuing your religion above human life. You mean Iran has access to satellites? That wasn't in the memo. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'll let these guys duke it out here. But like, this screams as absurd conversation to a lowly Australian observer here.
I'm telling you that as a department, we did every conceivable thing at my level and every echelon down to ensure the maximum force protection for our troops. We live in a dangerous world, in a dangerous place against a determined enemy that can't have a nuclear weapon, and that requires sacrifice and risk. And it tragically, in this case, it meant 6 Americans lost their lives and others were wounded. And we all know that, and that's part of the cost. But it does not mean we didn't care. It doesn't mean we didn't commit.
I didn't ask you that.
It doesn't mean we didn't do
saying
everything possible, which we did.
But let's be clear about what was done. There were T-walls there, essentially. There was no overhead protection. The known threat in that environment, and I think we all here understand it, is overhead drone strike. There was no protection for overhead drone strike. So I'm struggling to understand how your answer and your spokesman's answer is that every possible measure was taken. We can move on. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Kane, I want to ask you something on a different topic. Folks at home know you're the senior military officer in our armed services. They may not have as much of understanding of your role in the chain of command. You're outside the operational chain of command, but you are the President's and the Secretary's senior military advisor. So I want to ask a very basic thing, what you would expect our commanders in the field, our troops to do should the enemy lay down their weapons and try to surrender. What would you expect commanders in the field to do?
Well, sir, I think I'll go back to something I said earlier with deep respect for your question, but I think you're trying to take me to a partisan place here, and I can't let you do that.
General, as always, I respect your desire to avoid it. I'm not trying to put you in a partisan place.
And I know that, but our officers and enlisted service members always follow lawful orders. There's a checklist for them to do that, and I'll stay in the middle.
Very good. Understood, General. Secretary, let me give you a chance. And you've been asked about this earlier. And you said
what the fuck just happened there? What did I miss? He asked him to give his opinion, and he was like, no, I'm not getting into partisan politics. Like, hello? The world's full of politics, General. Fucking get used to it. Like, come on, harden the fuck up and answer the question. And then this guy accepted it. He's like, all right, fine, I won't ask you that question. What did I miss just then? I'm struggling with that. He said, no, I'm not going to answer your question. And he accepted that. I do not agree with Iran, but I'm not an impolite person or someone who justifies a war like that just because I've problems with Iran. I would not accept such a thing for my country either. If America attacked my country in the same way, I would speak out. Just like now. Yeah, fair enough. It's a war. That's inherently pretty political. Yeah, like, well, did I miss something there? This guy just doesn't want to answer the question because what? Trump might yell at him later? Because his answer might be fucking politicized? That's a weird response. I need some fucking interpretation here, please. Maybe some Americans in the audience can tell me what the fuck just happened there. So you're fine with bombing girls' schools and killing families? ? Seriously? Just bigotry. I have some of the most beautiful people in my life who are Muslim. Oh, this is a separate conversation. Sorry. People are people. Hold on. Just commenting on Islam and Iran. Never mentioned the war. All right,
I think your press conference, essentially, and I'll quote you here, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies. That's the end of the quote. Is your guidance that you expect our troops in harm's way, if there's a foreign enemy surrendering, laying down their arms, they're supposed to provide no quarter and kill them?
You denied it, but you were indeed trying to take the chairman to a partisan place. That was General Milley. That was the previous administration, which played politics. We don't play that way.
It's a simple question. I'm asking you what you meant.
We fight to win, and we ensure the rules of engagements are such that our troops have every authority possible to.
I'll give you another chance. In saying that, are you trying to tell commanders that that's what you expect? You're in the chain of command. It's a simple question.
I understand that. My commanders know exactly what the guidance is with each and every mission, and they know every tool.
Secretary,
every tool at
in
their disposal
refusing
to be
to
effective.
answer it, I think you speak volumes. I think that's a dangerous thing. We all know the expectations. We know the law of war. We know what is lawful. I'd expect our commanders to understand that as well. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman yields back. I love it when they say that. So good. The gentleman yields back. I yield back, Chairman. There it is. All right, let's get some more of this. He's definitely handling it better than fucking Pam Bondi did. Hey, he hasn't fucking mentioned the Dow. Hey, she was fucking pissed off and very personal. He's still handling it better, I gotta say. Can this person really be a politician and hold a high position? Spain, I got strongly suggest you read the Bible. Oh, wait, it's again, not the one. You are the caretaker, Pete. Our savior.
This is Mr. Vindman from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Earlier, Secretary Hegseth, you talked about flexible realism. So let's see if we can figure out how much of it is realistic and how much of it is
better practice because of his Fox days. You know what? I can get down with that, probably. He's had to wiggle himself out of difficult situations before.
Secretary Hegseth, last year I asked you some questions about Indo-PACOM and threats in Europe, and you had a hard time answering those questions. I'm sure you prepped better this year, and I'm hoping you can answer some of these basic questions since now we are at war. Do you know what the price of oil is today?
I don't know where it's gone as this time this hearing, but roughly $100 a barrel.
It's actually closer to 120, 117.
Well, it depends on the index you're looking at.
I'm looking at Brent. Do you know what the price?
It's a big difference, though, isn't it? Between $100 and $120 a barrel. Hey? Very interesting. Gotcha there, Pete. What are you going to say now, asshole? It's like when they ask politicians what the price of bread or milk or something is. Fucking gotcha there, buddy. If I were a responsible person and such individuals in my administration, I would really say, let's put them in a mental institution because these people don't even have a sound mind. Damn. Strategic equilibrium plasticity. Is that because he was talking about being relative on what is it, being practical before?
Was the day before of Brent, the day before we went to war.
Oh, no, you're talking about how he can wriggle out of stuff. Strategic equilibrium plasticity. Okay, got it.
Was the day before of Brent, the day before we went to war.
It was certainly lower. You understand you're taking some economic risk. But I would note
a lot lower.
The energy dominance this president has unleashed has put us in an incredible position.
Thank you. So it's $72, and so now we have a 62% increase. By the way, the department obviously will be paying those extra fuel costs. That's going to be not insignificant, but so will the American people. Now, at its narrowest point, how wide is the Strait of Hormuz?
I think it's about 12 miles, but I'd have to check.
It's 24 miles, but 12 miles is actually the relevant number because that's the navigable channel.
That's the international water navigable channel point.
And do you know how many barrels of oil transited the Strait of Hormuz each day before the war started?
I don't know the exact number.
These are interesting questions. Does anyone know the answers to this? It's like fucking, like playing a game show or something. I don't know. How many? 10 million. I'm going to go say 20 million.
But you're looking at over 100 oil tankers usually transited a day, or 120 a day would transport the strait.
Yeah, and so 20 million barrels a day, and right now
20 million barrels a day. There it is. Okay, about 10. I'm gonna say double that. LOL, nailed it.
Transport the strait.
Yeah, and so 20 million barrels a day, and right now they're at an 81% reduction. So it sounds like you've done your homework. You're tracking pretty well what the strategic situation is.
Oh, that was just mean. Poor Hegseth. He's trying.
So, a couple of questions. Were you aware that if we struck Iran, that they would most likely close the Strait of Hormuz?
This is a fucking fair question. Like, you know how there's been a lot of speculation in the media and like just general banter everywhere around the water cooler, whatever you want to call it, when people talk about this stuff. It's like, do you reckon the Americans knew that this would happen? That they were willing to sacrifice the world economy and fuck up all their allies and not even tell them before they were going to do this? I wonder how you answer this question. Because in hindsight, you'd have to think that would be impossible for them not to have known. Like, let's say the administration not to have known that Iran was just going to be like, no, let's just shut down the strait. Fuck everybody else. Like, it just seems so fucking obvious now. But, like, do you really think that the alcoholic Hegseth over here and the boys were like, fuck, they closed the strait. I didn't see that coming. God damn. What is imperialism? 200 points? Do you remember the moment when one of the interviewers asked how many people live in Iran? And when he said he didn't know, the interviewer replied, how can you start something without knowing the population of Iran? And I don't have that now. Interesting. That was a hilarious clip. It's pretty fucking darkly hilarious though, isn't it? Of course they knew, but interesting to hear the response on the spot. I want to know what Hegseth has to explain. I do as well. All right, everyone strap yourselves in. We're about to hear what Pete has to say about this.
Of course, our department was prepared and planning for every possible contingency, being front and center as something they made.
It's such a lame response. We plan for every possible scenario. It's just what we do at the Department of War. There are some whispers still in the halls of power. It's such a fucking cop-out. Damn. I'm really disappointed with that response. Hegseth might be distracted. He might be thinking about hitting prestige on COD when he gets home.
Do in a desperate state to attempt to,
which is what they've done,
some kind of control.
And I appreciate that. And earlier you told Mr. Moulton that
it was clinical and boring. Yes, thank you. Boo! Boo!
This department has looked at all aspects of the risk, and that the president got every possible perspective. And then recently, you just said that the president did understand the risks and had the courage to undertake the endeavor nonetheless, and that's leadership, or words to that effect, pretty close. And so I just want to kind of give you the state of play right now. It's been 2 months of war. We have hopes for a resolution, but the war continues, really. Iran has closed the strait, and we've now gone in and blockaded their ports. 1/5 of the world's oil is unable to transit the strait, and the American people and the department are paying significantly more. And you also said that this is what the American people actually voted for. But actually...
he didn't actually say that, though, did he? Like, because I'm pretty sure... I remember the run-up to the election. I'm pretty sure they were rallying around being the No More Wars administration, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought it was definitely Trump was going to be the president of No More Wars. Am I right? Or have I completely got some type of revisionist view of history here? Somebody correct me, please.
American people voted for a promise not to get into Middle Eastern wars. And they voted for lower prices. And this is the exact opposite of what they got. So let me ask you this.
Fair point.
The president ordered the strike. Is that correct?
The president's been saying for over 30 years that Iran...
Boo-er. Did Trump say 2 weeks at the beginning of the war, and now he doesn't want to help Europe? What happened now that he's trying to get out of the problem he got into? Yeah, anti-war, they campaigned as. And, like, he raised a good point as well. They were also going to, like, bring down cost of living stuff, right? And, like, I've heard that oil is, like, petrol. What do they call it in America? Gas. Gas is, like, $6 a gallon. Is that correct? Americans will have to fucking correct me on that one. But that seems like, that seems outrageous. Out-fucking-rageous cost of gas. Wonder how much eggs are. They should ask him just as like a bonus. And now a bonus round. Pete, how much are the cost of eggs? Common mistake it was. Common mistake. It was no more wars. No, comma, more war. You didn't read the slogan? There was a comma after the no. Dude, that is fucking hilarious. You should save that one, Hobojo. The permanent lie. The post-truth furor weave. That's pretty good. Post-truth furor. Trump ran on No More Forever Wars platform, but Hegseth came in recently and tried to say people wanted this. Oh, is that what he's talking about? That's why he said, oh, people wanted this. He needs to settle the Iran issue before he meets with China. diplomacy no more. It's just one of the thousands of lies Trump tells. Even if he were telling the truth, he would still he would seem like a liar. That's a fair call. Imagine if he just started telling the truth all the time. Imagine if he had been telling the truth the entire time about fucking everything, and like everyone just assumes he lies all the time. Whoop whoop, they have WMDs. This is why the sequel is rather better than the original. Interesting.
Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So he's been very clear as a position. When the American people voted for President Trump overwhelmingly, they voted for that position.
I got that, but the president ordered the strike. Is that correct?
Which strike are you referring to?
We went to $11-ish a gallon for context. It's hard for me to get that context because I don't know what a gallon is compared to a liter, but it's like double and a little bit more, I think. You youngins know Faith No More, GOAT, Ben. Actually, I do know Faith No More. What's the Mike Patton, right? Is that who we're talking about here? He's interesting guy. Have you ever heard of a band called Mr. Bungle? Ever heard of that? Faith No More is epic. Very cool. If you like Faith No More, you should check out Mr. Bungle. That's some crazy shit. One of the craziest vocal ranges ever. Yes. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's Mike Patton too. Yeah, wow. Yes, and like he went to war. You met them? Holy shit. And like Mike Patton went to war with the Red Hot Chili Peppers or something like that. They hated each other. I don't know why exactly. I'm that old. Yes. Hey, why not? Why not? They were meant to meet. Wait, what did you say before, Rebby? They were meant to meet in March, but it's been postponed. Trump has zero foothold going into negotiations with the situation the way it is. Yes. Apparently they have postponed it and they're going to meet again soon though, right? So they actually haven't set a date to meet again. Interesting. I think we should do something on the gas tax. It's really interesting watching people draw lines as to where they sit, watching Mr. M history thoroughly suck labor off and defend them at all costs. Okay. Very interesting. Has been an interesting show. I guess we should. Someone came in the other day. Daniel came in yesterday and was the other day and asked about the gas situation. I'm 55 next month. Inshallah. Inshallah. Mr. Bungle for the win. You know Mr. Bungle? Well, Mr. Bungle is fucking mental stuff, man. It's fucking crazy. The Beijing summit, yeah. All right. And back to fucking everyone's favorite alcoholic.
Strike on Iran, the war that we're in.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's the commander-in-chief. He's made the calls.
It sounds like you're blaming Daddy for the mess we're in, and I don't think he's going to be particularly happy with you.
You're blaming Daddy for the mess? What do we miss?
Correct?
Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So he's been very clear as a position. When the American people voted for President Trump overwhelmingly, they voted for that position.
I got that, but the president ordered the strike. Is that correct?
Which strike are you referring to?
The strike on Iran, the war that we're in.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's the commander-in-chief. He's made the calls.
It sounds like you're blaming Daddy for the mess we're in, and I don't think he's going to be particularly happy with you.
I see what you're trying to do. There's no daylight in this administration on this campaign, and I'm happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with this administration.
Reclaiming my time. So let's shift gears. Last time we were here,
blaming Daddy. Yeah, I wonder if that got under his skin. Hey, Hexup's holding up here, man. He's doing much better than fucking Pam Bondi. I've seen YouTubers debunk themselves the past week. I'm waiting for Geordies to debunk himself. He said that his show, he was going to do something on gas, so it should be interesting. Ooh la la, Daddy Trump? Yeah, I know. God damn. I thought that would get under his skin. It didn't really. He's holding it. I really don't understand why someone like this is even running to govern America. I wouldn't even make him an assistant. He has an inconsistent mindset and followers who are out of mental institution. Magnets, how do they work?
I asked you if you'd apologize to the mother of an F-18 pilot whose son you endangered for sharing classified information on a signal.
He lost his cool when they called him a war quagmire. Giggity. Do you have the link for that one? I've got a couple more. I wonder if it's one of the ones I've selected where he actually loses his shit.
Chat. You refused. On March 1st, 6 Army soldiers, including a constituent of mine, were killed by an Iranian drone strike. Do you take any responsibility for those deaths?
I was there at Dover when they came back. Of course, I take responsibility for every aspect of
Well, I
this
appreciate
mission.
that, because you also complained about the fact that tragic things happen. The news makes it front-page news. The press only wants to make the president look bad. Is it about the soldiers, or is it about the president looking bad?
It's not just the president who wants, or the media that wants to make him look bad. It's you.
It's actually about the soldiers, and it's frankly reprehensible that you would make that statement.
Magnets,
and so, you know, Truman had a sign on his desk that said the buck stops here. And this
The gentleman's time has
it's
expired. The
about
chair now
passing the buck.
recognizes Mr. Van.
Is this the one? Pete Hegseth erupts at John Garamendi? Maybe it's this one. Yeah, Garamendi, that's the one. Okay, let's do it. I gotta see him lose
Gentleman
it.
from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Tread on me, daddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us
That's
today.
so
General
good.
Kane, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Hirsch, thank you so much.
All right, before we do this, who's new here? Who's not? If you're new here, make sure you subscribe and follow for more. Hit the like button, all the YouTube people. Do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Just know that I am deeply disappointed, but I won't hold it against you for long. If you are new enough to not have seen this before, you joined. I'm assuming that is you, Sarsaparilla Jane. If you are new here, you might not have seen this. Come and join our Discord. This is where we share propaganda with one another. And I'm new here. No, you're not. Welcome, noobs. But yes, make sure you come and join us on Discord and give us your propaganda. It's always interesting to see where the working class sits on issues. We're all divided in the culture wars, but hopefully we are together on the class war. That's what we do here. See all the redistricting in a bunch of US states? Yes. And both sides of the aisle are doing it. Hey, Republicans and Democrats, who would have thought they both play the same games? All right, anyway, let's do this. Yeah, like I said, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. You'll be in big trouble. I'm Newt here. Run while you can. It's not safe here. We're all super gay frogs. Oh, God.
I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that people...
It's so funny to see the libs claim that they're standing up for democracy when they're gerrymandering passes, but claim the right is trying to destroy it when they do. Fucking hypocrites. You know what? Like, I think it was last year the gerrymandering stuff started coming up there was some Republican states. I can't remember where it was exactly. And then, like, you know, Democracy Now! Was fucking, they were blue in the face saying how much of this is, like, how badly this is an affront to democracy, that they could be getting away with this atrocious behavior, the Republicans. And yeah, now they're doing the same thing, right? Like the Democrats are doing the same thing in like fucking Arizona or something like that. And like the like Democracy Now! Is just like, oh, and they're going to pick up 5 extra seats. Like, how good's that? And you're just like, but you were just complaining about the fucking, it all started with Texas. Yes. Okay. So that was like last year, I'm pretty sure. And like, yeah, the Democrats have done it as well in California, and they're going to do it in Arizona, something like that. And like Democracy Now! Just like, oh, they're going to pick up all these seats. Isn't this wonderful? Like, it's bad. Yeah. Bad when Republicans do it. Good when Democrats do it. It's just so objective. They're reporting Democracy Now! Isn't it? My God. They redistricted and found out. I see. I will wager war, my homie mystery. But don't worry, there won't be any Trump followers, so it'll be a fair one-on-one. That's my type of war. It turns out land doesn't vote. How turbo gay? 2GZ gay? 2GZ gay? I don't know. Maybe I'm not reading that right. All right, let's do this.
Peace through strength has a number of through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of tenets. I think the most important of those is presence. And we know that the United States has the Marine Corps Amphibious Ready Group, Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit, that provides us that presence. We know there are over 2,000 Marines and an aircraft combat unit that are on board those vessels, and they let us do a number of different things. That's the crisis response team that gets to go around the world. Today, as we speak, we have 3 ARGMUs that are deployed around the world. Unfortunately, that's an anomaly. It should be standard. Secretary Hegseth, the President and the combatant commanders need maximum flexibility to respond in multiple places at multiple times to combat and deter these threats. I just want to get your perspective on your goal to make sure we have a persistent 3.0 ARGMU presence, and to look at how are we going to make sure through our shipbuilding plans that we assure that we have the adequate number of amphibs that are being built. I think that number is probably right around 40. And then what are we going to do to make sure, too, that the A-sub-O, the operational availability, is going to be at the level where we can maintain an ARGMU 3.0 with the effort we have to put in to maintain these ships?
So thank you for the question, the substantive question. Ultimately, we support 3.0 ARGMU. That presence right now gives us a lot of flexibility. Yeah. And this budget supports moving in that direction to ensure that this administration and future administrations have that kind of strategic flexibility with the incredible capabilities the ARGMU provides. We saw it in Southern Spear. We saw it on the Maduro raid. We see it right now. It's a persistent capability. So I think you'll find our shipbuilding investments to meet that as well. But if I may.
Sure. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda
Are they a nuclear
to our
Iran
enemies?
or not?
Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire.
Slow down. You can't criticize the operation without then saying you don't support the troops. He's pissed off this time. He's not as angry as I thought he was going to be. Not as angry. He's keeping it. He's keeping it.
That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump.
It's pretty much it. You can't criticize the operations only 2 months in. If you're not with us, you're against us. Like, that's pretty much the rhetoric here. It's been 2 months, so you can't talk about the war and criticize it. You just said you support our troops. Well, our troops are being told what to do, so you better support them. Hey, does that make sense? It makes sense, right? Giggity. He said quagmire multiple times. Somebody quickly say giggity. Rogue in the house, how you going? Hope you're well.
Blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire.
Fuck.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, I want to quickly go to you. We know all about the need for exquisite platforms, but we know if we're going to close the gap with our pacing threats, we have to make sure we have those expendable and attritable platforms. And we know those nation capabilities are key, and we have to be able to spin them up quickly because that's the fastest way for us to, again, deter by peace through strength. Give us your perspective on how you see the urgency of getting that capacity not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities in the hands of our warfighters.
Sir, I think it's critical, and when I look at what OSW above us is doing, and the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, and frankly, the National and Defense Industrial Base is all rallying.
Mr. I don't want to get all partisan. Boo. No one wants to hear you talk. Interesting. Yeah, he doesn't like the word quagmire, does he? Poor Hegseth. Gotta feel sorry for him. Not. Hey. Just a couple more. I just want to hear how he responds to some of these.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. Right now, as we are speaking, 2,500 San Diego Marines are off the coast of Iran. Many, many other San Diegans in uniform have gotten 48-hour deployment notices. So this war in Iran is not theoretical for me or for my constituents. It's deeply personal. As you also know, on Easter Sunday, President Trump threatened to destroy Iran's bridges and power plants, writing, quote, "Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch." And 2 days later, President Trump wrote, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." My office's phones have been ringing off the hook. I've heard from so many military families concerned about the president's mental fitness and whether he's fit to serve as our commander-in-chief, given that he's sending their loved ones into harm's way.
It would have been gold if instead of quagmire, the committee member just immediately phrased to shit show. Is that better, sir? Hey, do you prefer it to be called a shit show? Hey? They say Iran will develop a nuclear weapon. Well, yes, I disagree with Iran as a Saudi, but who gave America the right to control Iran in the first place? When did it become responsible for the world? Well, it doesn't even apply the laws. It's more like a fascist state trying to prevent another state from doing something fascist like itself. This is a fair assessment. Like, he brought it up. He was just like, oh, no, the president has tried to stop them from a nuclear power from, I don't know, going any further or some bullshit like that. Like, do they have nuclear weapons? Do they not have nuclear weapons? And like, let's say they do have nuclear weapons or they're developing them. Like, who gives America the right to decide that they can wage war on somebody because they've got nuclear weapons? Like, what the fuck is going on here? It is outrageous. It is fucking outrageous. I gotta agree with you there. Like, why do they get to be the fucking world police? Come on. And especially on this topic. Like, you know, imagine if like it was on something else, like what was going on in Sudan right now or something like that, or what was happening in Gaza, eh? And they were just like, no, that's enough. We have to step in and break it up. But like this one is just completely fabricated, like completely come out of nowhere. It's just like, yes, they have nuclear weapons. I'm pretty sure. Or they could develop them. Yeah, let's go with that one. All right, we're attacking because they got nukes, guys. Hey. 4AS in the house, what's up? Give up your nukes, baby. It's me. What's he saying? Kiss me. Smart ass motherfucker. Yeah, it's me. Kiss me. I have a disagreement with Iran, and I've said it several times. I have my reasons, but I won't say intervene and take control of that country because you don't have the right now. Yeah, definitely. Very interesting. All right, back to it.
Our troops, who have shown incredible bravery and tactical proficiency, deserve to know that their leaders are focused and stable. So, Mr. Secretary, you are with the president a lot, and it pains me to even have to ask this about our president, but my constituents' lives are at stake. Do you believe that the president is mentally stable enough to be the commander-in-chief?
Did you ask the same question of Joe Biden for 4 years?
Mr. Secretary, Joe Biden is not the president. Mr. Trump has been president for a year and a half, and I'm asking you
did
right
not,
now.
and I won't even engage with the level of disparagement that you're putting on the commander-in-chief, who indeed is. Meeting
Mr.
him
Secretary,
every single day.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is not the president.
Sharpest, most insightful commander-in-chief we've had in generations. And you want to compare, you want to ask that question after you and your fellow Democrats defended Joe Biden, who could barely speak and didn't know what day of the week it was?
As you know,
he governed through an auto pen. We had a Secretary of Defense who went AWOL for a week. I can't be gone for 10 days, for 10 minutes.
I will reclaim my time.
Lady's time. She reclaimed it.
So, as Mr. Jimenez said, we should be taking leaders at their word. So is there a reason that we should not be taking our leader at his word?
Iran should not underestimate the will of President Trump and the United States military to achieve our mission.
The hesitation? Yeah, like, wouldn't you just answer the question? Like, instead of being all, like, offended about it, wouldn't you just fucking answer the question? Just be like, no, he's fine. He's mentally stable. Calm the fuck down. Maori General in the house, how we going? Oh, no, wait, that's from a while ago. I'm not even on the stream chat. Dun, dun, dun. Wrong one. Although Trump is passing out and shitting himself in live briefings. Oh, that's a no. The hesitation. She's talking to a mindless person. I feel sorry for that woman because she will waste her time with this person and end up with zero result. Yeah, they only got 5 minutes with him anyway, so... You know, you can reclaim the time, but can you get back those 5 minutes of your life? Probably not.
Okay, well, I want you to know this is not a partisan thing. In fact, many Democrats have had, many Republicans have had these same questions. Marjorie Taylor Greene said he's out of control and he's gone insane. Candace Owens said the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, who you used to work with, Alex Jones, Stephanie Grisham, the list could go on.
What's the 25th Amendment? Just asking for a friend? Is it something about like war powers or something? The 25th Amendment to the US Constitution clarifies presidential succession and disability. It enables the vice president to become acting president if the president dies, resigns, or is declared unable to discharge their duties by the vice president, a majority of the cabinet. Damn, that's an interesting one, isn't it? It's like when you're on a ship and somebody has to like what the first mate or someone has to make a call if the captain is incapacitated and it not be mutiny. This is crazy. Could you imagine if that fucking happened? That'd be a mad drama. Hey, how much would we have to listen to in a stream if fucking Vice President J.D. Vance decides that Trump is unfit for duty and takes over? That'd be fucking crazy. It's that the president steps down if they are in the right state of mind. Mental. Or the Democrats still deny he was mentally unstable. LOL. This is funny when he was answering about Biden, even though Biden is not the president. This is not the point of what we're talking about. Yeah, it's pretty lame, all this stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it allows them to fire him, but they'll never do it. Only the fossils. That's crazy. I don't know why every part has to have a geriatric as their front runner party. Sorry, yeah. The only reason I know about the 25th is because of West Wing. LOL. Okay. Such a source of information. Again, calling for a Logan's Run style jewel inserted into the palm of every poly. Oh, that's hilarious. You're running out of time. What happens to them anyway when the jewel, like their time runs out? Do they have to go into that circle and then they get sucked up into nothingness? I can't remember. He's trying to find any way to involve Biden in order to shift the responsibilities onto him. Yeah, but it's so lame.
So how do I explain to my constituents that while they are in harm's way, their commander-in-chief is posting these unhinged posts?
How did you explain to your constituents what happened on October 7th? Or what happened in Afghanistan? or what happened with the debacle and the withdrawal in Afghanistan, where the troops were left? How did you explain that with Joe Biden's leadership?
Mr. Secretary,
How did you
I'm not
explain that to the
asking you
Marines
about
that
the
didn't get
previous
medals,
administration.
that we restored their medals because of that
Mr.
disastrous
Secretary,
withdrawal in
I'm asking
Afghanistan?
about
Did you
what's
explain that to
happening
your
right now.
constituents when Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel and he had an AWOL
Okay, Mr.
Secretary of
Secretary,
Defense?
how
I don't
about
think
this
you did.
next post? How can I explain this next post to my constituents?
Do press him. Don't let him get away with that. Come on, woman. Press him. Be like, answer the fucking question. Just give me a one-liner so I can pass on the message. How do you explain it to people who are worried about their sons and daughters dying when he goes fucking nuts on Truth Social? Come on. Press him, woman.
I'm Jewish, so this doesn't really bother me, but my understanding is that this is quite offensive to many Christians. So how do you explain this post?
It's so good.
I'm not here to explain posts. We have an incredible commander-in-chief
Okay,
who puts
Mr.
our
Secretary.
troops first. I'm here for a budget hearing about our troops.
It's
a historic budget that's giving
our
it a
troops.
chance to defeat
Mr. Secretary,
our adversaries,
Mr.
and President
Secretary,
Trump is
please,
doing that
this
in
is my
world-class fashion.
This is
Gentle
about
lady
our
has
troops.
reclaimed her time, Mr. Secretary.
This is about our troops. This is about who is commanding our troops, and if our troops can trust that they are being...
They turn into Soylent Green. Really? Is that what happens? If we gave them enough drugs, they wouldn't even know where they're going. They were going into a giant blender. Remember that time Biden said... so inspirational. So remember yesterday how it was like, whataboutism was limiting progress? Oh yeah, fair enough actually. Man, this is painful. It is fucking painful, isn't it?
being sent into harm's way under good strategy. The mental stability of our commander-in-chief is deeply important to our troops. It's deeply important to this country. It wasn't
important to you
troops'
during Joe
lives at
Biden.
stake. I'll remind you that when there were concerns, Democrats came together, and he was not our nominee for president. So I encourage you to have the same courage that Democrats had. Mr. Secretary, you keep saying that he is the best commander-in-chief we've ever had, the best negotiator.
Talk to the troops.
13 American troops have died. More than 380 have been wounded. The Strait of Hormuz, which was wide open, is now closed. Less than 90% of traffic through the strait is still not going despite the ceasefire. The Iranian regime is still in power. It still has nuclear material. The war is costing Americans billions of dollars.
Now, this is a pretty damning list, isn't it? They've still got fucking uranium. There's still a regime. So, like, have you done anything that you set out to achieve? Damn. But Biden. It's so good.
And Mr. Secretary, if you think that this is what winning looks like, then maybe we should be questioning your mental stability. Maybe you are the one responsible for this failure, and the president should think about replacing you.
Ooh, watch out. He must be feeling a little bit nervous. Remember what happened to Bondi and Christie with a K? She got fucked over hard after coming out of one of these hearings, right? Hey, Christie with a K. Does that sound like you're winning, asshole? All right, maybe one more. All right. Muzi is closed. Well, he is the head of the Department of War. And he's losing the war. Define losing, asshole. How dare you, 4AS?
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes a gentleman
Look
from
at this guy. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Just for the record, that is one beautiful head of hair. Eh? Eh? Wonder what's going on there. What animals had to die to live on his scalp? Eh? It's looking good. It's looking good.
Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called us feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions to the Bush administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, if you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq
I'm just asking
war,
you, do you think
the
it was
president
smart or
was the first one to
He thinks that Afghanistan started the war, like he mentioned the U.S. Marines. Like how it meets the back of his real hair. Christie with a K, K being the size of her husband's breast. Looks legit, 100%. That's a toupee if ever I've seen one. LOL. How dare you? I was just saying it's a nice head of hair. Come on, Lego hairpiece, Clarice. It's so good knowing the Lego propaganda that Iran puts out. It's so good. Oh, man. We'd get a bigger blender, though. Soylent Green. Actually, I haven't seen Soylent Green. I'm going to have to watch that then. I think his hair winked at me. Oh, my God. It does look a bit on the nose, right? Oh, my God. All right, sorry. Let's let these guys duke it out.
For questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions to the Bush administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, if you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq
I'm just asking
war,
you, do you think it was
the
smart or
president was the first
feckless?
one to call a stupid war, then it's a false comparison.
Okay, well, probably a good idea to ask tough questions. So let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
We were, first of all, in this position in the cabinet, we never talk about what we would advise the president to do or not.
Do you think the president or you deserve more?
I've been in every meeting.
I understand
with
that,
the
Mr.
chairman and
Secretary.
everybody else as those
Secretary,
critical
I'm asking
decisions
the
were
questions.
made, and he got every.
They really just can't answer the question. Like, that's pretty much his job, right? As Secretary of War. Like, I don't know. Like, call me ignorant. But, like, that's his fucking job, isn't it? To be like, yes, we should attack Iran. I'm the Secretary of fucking War. I renamed this department so we could be fucking hardcore. What did he say earlier? That, like, you know, after World War II, we renamed the Department of Defense, and that was a pussy move. Only woke people would do stuff like that. We do war at the Department of War. Like, isn't that his, like, only job would be like, yes, Mr. President, we should wage war on Iran. And he can't even answer that question? I thought he would own that shit. Own it. No fighting in the war room. They figured out if you don't answer, no one can actually do anything about it. Yeah, I guess, but it's just awful.
I understand
with
that,
the
Mr.
chairman and
Secretary.
everybody else as those
Mr. Secretary,
critical
I'm asking
decisions
the
were
questions.
made, and he got every perspective possible when it came.
I'm
to
just asking what your perspective is. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you
Well,
think it was a good idea or not?
As I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront a nuclear bomb
To start this
in the
war.
hands of the? Imagine what the world would look like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so let's
just imagine.
Which, by the way,
if
every
they
other,
had one,
every
which the
previous
Obama deal was
administration,
going to allow them,
including the first Trump administration,
they had one.
prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. So, listen, how is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning?
Dodging questions like Bondi did. Yeah. At least she brought up the Dow. What's his rebuttal? He's got nothing, this guy. You have all my respect, Mystery, but Hegseth annoys me because he doesn't want to answer. So why would I watch someone like that who wastes my precious time? I swear this will be the last one. I just wanted to see this guy squirm a little bit. But like squirming and just not answering questions are different things. To be honest, I don't know what they're allowed to say. They advised or didn't. Got to be some kind of security risk there that makes for some boring But like security risks what? Like they are at war. Did you advise to go to war? Like where's the security risk there? Like if he answers, you know, yes, I advised, we know what happened retrospectively. They went to war. So like it's not, I just don't see that being something that is classified.
The war.
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call... How is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz winning?
Well, I would say the blockade that we hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports, which
Okay,
is
so
always
we've blockaded their blockade. So they blockaded us.
I mean, it exposes who's giving tactics when and where. Yeah, fair enough. I guess. But like, you know, he's the commander-in-chief. Like, even if Hegseth was like, no, don't go to war, like Trump makes a decision. Everyone knows what the fucking chain of command is, I guess. It's not really that secret. It's just a weird position. Like with that one, he was just like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're winning the war. God damn right we are. How do you like it, motherfucker? Like he answered that one. He has the power, so it's kind of important to hear what he has to say, but I feel that way about Fox and Sky News. I hope the first person to be fired after Trump's term ends Hegseth. This person disgusts me. I don't know. They're meant to be impartial and work for the government, not the president. Ravy, baby. Come on. I see what you did there. Very good. Anyways, I got shit on today. Thanks for entertaining me on my lunch break, eh? Oh, man. It's good to have you, 4AS. See you tonight, eh? When we record our podcast. Looking forward to it, brother. Good luck. Wait, that's not such a dumb take. Of course he's going to be participating in talks. It's literally his job. Pretending he can't say that. It's just ignorant. I can smell Keg's breath through the screen. Guys, everyone knows Hegseth is a shaker and a mover. He's keeping it vague, so in the future he can say, I oppose the war. Yeah, interesting. All right, let's do this.
And then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying, tag, you're it. Or, you know, if President Madison had said, well, the British just burned down Washington, but don't worry, we're going to burn it down as well. Chairman Kaine, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the Strait?
Sir, thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. You know, in this job, I have to maintain trust with a variety of constituents.
Okay, I'm just asking if the military
Yes, sir.
had plans.
As always, my point in this is, as I explain the role, my point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered with the associated risks with those options and the considerations therein.
So, Mr. Secretary, did you consider this risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And
So then
because
why did you
this
send the
department looks,
minesweepers, the only minesweepers we had in the Gulf, to Singapore weeks before the war started?
we have lots of capabilities that you may or may not be aware of at the classified level.
Okay, and
to deal
so,
with, to deal with
by the way, would
mines.
the Trump-class battleships have helped with this?
You're talking about a prospective future battleship, which we welcome in the fleet.
Okay, so you're supportive of the battleships?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much has Iran profited from your administration lifting the sanctions on Iran when you started this war?
I can tell you Iran is financially devastated right now. In
Okay, well,
conjunction with the
they've
Treasury
earned about
and
$14 billion.
Operation Economic Fury. They're at a point where between the blockade and what we've done to them militarily, remember, they don't have a Navy. They can't contest the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to them militarily and financially, they're at a place
$14 billion?
where they have very few options.
How many Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like winning?
They're not. We're ensuring, and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. You know, at the end of the day, this also has a cost to us.
Where did this guy get this fact from? How the fuck did they make $14 billion since this war began? I'm going to have to get my research assistant out on this one. I'm sorry. What's this lunatic saying? Who's this guy? Representative Seth Moulton? How dare you contradict the line that Iran hasn't been completely devastated economically by this situation? All right, how do I phrase this? I am listening to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth get grilled at a Armed Services Committee hearing as of Wednesday, the 29th of April. One of the committee members has said that Iran has made $14 billion since the war began. Can you enlighten us as to what this committee member may be referencing? He's suggesting that Iran may use this $14 billion to buy weapons off China to support their own war efforts. Poly market, yeah, they're betting. It's so good. That is fucking hilarious. It's their job to answer questions, but it's also the committee's job to think about the questions before they ask them and whether or not they're going to be able to answer them due to security. Yeah, that's a fair point. Some legit and some obvious BS, of course. Jack, because they were allowed to sell their oil at increased market prices, Oh, so that's like, so they were allowing their goods to go through the strait and they made $14 billion. That's what he's talking about. They literally said their number one objective in the war was to reopen the strait, which was closed because of the war. There's some fucking deep thinking for you right there. Poly market. Haig said definitely dodging, though. He hasn't answered anything. Iran has already purchased material from China. Yeah, like that's there. And like it doesn't even have to come through the strait. They can go through other ways. Hi, did Sausage in the house? How you going? Hope you're well. Iran has already purchased material from China. Iran are charging to use their waters, okay, the toll. So they've made $14 billion in a toll. It's all just market manipulation. The increases he talks of are just for the Ginas of the world. Hey, well, look, as long as they sprinkle us all with a private jet, I don't mind. The number is most likely referencing U.S. sanctions relief on Iranian oil exports during the current conflict. Some lawmakers argued that temporary U.S. waivers on sanctions allowed Iran to sell oil that otherwise would have been restricted. The additional oil revenue could total around $14 billion since the war began. Interesting. Since the war began. So 14 billion estimate is referring to short time window, a few months. Okay. So it's probably because the sanctions relief, an estimate tied to sanctions relief and then the oil sales following that, I guess. Interesting. Well, fair enough. Getting paid in Bitcoin, apparently. Is that legit? I guess they wouldn't want it paid in US dollars. Am I right? Eh? First, it was a regime change. Then it was protecting protesters. Then it was oil. There was the strait regime. And then it was regime change again. Then it was... And now it's all they're talking about here is nuclear weapons. Remember before it was regime change. Now it's just nuclear weapons. Iran's trading on the yen, I think. Apparently they're trading in rubles as well. And... like that was why they went recently to Russia. But like they could be using everything, right? Let's be honest. The Belt and Road Initiative also has land routes from Iran too. Yes. Almost like this was prepared for. Who would have thought? Right? It's really the dumbest thing. Yes, it's a war that angers us. But if you look at it, it's beneficial for Iran in a way. They now have more money and they will be able to impose taxes, allowing only the ships they want to enter. Or there will be a global shortage. Yeah. I called at the start, it's China's oil. It's what Venezuela was about too. They want to strangle China's supply. Yuan, yes, sorry, not yen. Yuan. Yeah, interesting. All right. I've done almost too much on Hague South. I got to change.
Us. If let's say this war costs $100 billion, I mean, you've already said, give us more time. It's only been 2 months. It could go on for 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What is that to the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Well, unlike foolish previous administrations, it won't go on.
No, I'm just asking.
For years and decades.
But let's just say
Sitting
it's $100
in this
billion.
position, it's hard to imagine how
you know
it was allowed those things to happen. You were a part of that war.
You know the answer to that?
So was I. And I never.
I'm just asking if you know what your war costs the average American taxpayer.
What is the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon that they wield?
I'm just asking if you know the cost of the average American
taxpayer. I'm asking you what the cost is.
This is how you question someone like this is what that chick wasn't doing before. Like he's just fucking answer the question. Do you know the cost? Like, come on, bro. Just answer the question.
So for the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, some of the constituents you wanted to represent in Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have an extra $600 lying around to pay for your war. I think that's just a question that we ought to ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th in a press conference...
Bricks is back on the menu, boys.
You said, we will give them no quarter, no mercy. In order for no quarter or no survivors is a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand that's murder. Do you stand by that statement?
The Department of War fights to win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the rules of engagement necessary to be as effective
Okay, so
as
just to
humanly
be clear,
possible.
you
which
called
they are.
Democratic members of Congress to be tried for sedition for reminding our troops to follow the law. But when you tell them to commit a war crime, you stand by yourself.
For insinuating that the laws
Congratulations,
that we're giving them are
Gentleman's
unlawful.
time's expired. Chair now recognizes gentleman from
Trying to speed run all of China's allies before 2027. Interesting. If you ask me, I really want us to be together now as the Middle East, closer than ever, because American is not rail, want to get everything. It's like the period of the United Kingdom colonizing countries. Yeah. I've seen enough nonsense for that to be for that to really be a threat. And it's not like Iran, the last 35 years has said, if you attack, we will close the strait or anything. I mean, who could have known this would happen? It's crazy. America is the biggest net exporter of oil now, I believe. Hey, Greenland. Hey, who's next? Greenland, Cuba. Hey, what happened to Cuba? Mexico, they've had some problems recently. CIA doing some naughty things in Mexico. There's a number of people on the list. Greenland, Cuba, Mexico. Yeah, watch out. Watch out. All right, that's enough. No more Hegseth. I just wanted to see him squirm. And like, he didn't squirm. He just didn't answer any questions. Even when he was pressed. Yep, that shit needs to be spotlighted. There's a camera footage of Hegseth ordering crimes be committed. Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it? He's just using war talk. We're warriors. Get over it, you woke hippies. The Dilemma's last battleground will be Australia, caught in between America and China. Last battleground. In my opinion, that's why the Pentagon believes China will invade Taiwan in 2027. They're going to kickstart the conflict. Could be wrong, but they are pushing that date. Like, China's pushing that date, or the US is pushing that date? I have opinions on that. All right, let's have a look at this. All right, this one's for you, Hobo Joe, and everyone else. Actually, these dilemmas, I need to know your opinion. Jag, you're about to take a ride in a private jet. Get ready, sir. Limber up, because there's not a lot of room in there, so you might have to get into some uncomfortable positions if you want to ride shotgun with Pauline. Let's do this. This is from her fucking channel. This isn't some conspiracy. Okay, she dropped this one on Pauline Hanson's Please Explain, her own channel. One Nation unveils new plane. Let's just take a time to recognize this, okay? This wonder and glory. Pauline Hanson has a private jet, and we're going to find out how she got it.
For 30 years, Pauline Hanson and One Nation Party has stood as iron gatekeepers of Australia's values. Laughed at by some, ridiculed by others. But now the Australian people are realising One Nation is the only party that's truly standing up for Australia.
It hasn't been an easy journey. I was elected 30 years ago to the Parliament. Just straight out of my fish and chip shop, a business that I was proud to own, as a single parent to provide for my family. I'm a grassroots Australian.
Straight out of me fish and chip shop, I'm a fucking grassroots Australian. I am. To all you grassroots Australians out there, to all you fish and chip shop owners, ever been given a private jet before? I would like to know more.
I love my country and I will carry through on what I intend to do for Australia.
Whenever I think of One Nation, I think of a four-letter word, hope.
Pauline has been the lone voice in the wilderness that has now become a chorus of millions. Your resilience is the fuel for the One Nation Party. This is about providing the
It's not a jet. It's a prop plane. Come on, people. Fine. I know the defense. Here it is. So good. You mean you haven't got a plane in your driveway? Very good. Very good. Very good. I think China could have played it cool, but if they don't secure Taiwan soon, they'll lose too much control over the global market to the US. I see a move before the end of 2027. Interesting. Very interesting.
For a movement that refuses to let the heart of this country be silenced. This aircraft is not for joyrides. This aircraft is for the battle for Australians. Let this plane be a symbol to every Australian that help is on its way, and the journey has only just begun.
My groceries are just gone. My shopping trolley stolen. My private jet, my plane has been stolen. Well. So look, she didn't mention it here, but somehow she's been gifted an aircraft. You could play any political party's propaganda, and it's just cringe. No, that wasn't cringe. I really, that it was great cinematography. They had some good music. There were highs, there were lows. I felt like laughing sometimes. I felt like crying. But that's not the point. The point is she's been gifted an aircraft by Australia's richest person, and they've donated fucking millions of dollars to her. And with all the rhetoric that we hear on the stream about shaking up the political system in Australia and getting corruption out of politics. I don't like big government. I don't like big corporations. And they're just, it's so in your face. It's so fucking bleedingly obvious here. But hey, whatever. Of course there's a lot of backdoor stuff that goes on with the major parties, and it's probably on a level that makes this seem small fry. But this is just so there's no fucks in this at all. No fucks. I'll take the plane, and if you don't like it, tough tits, plebs. Tough titties. So good. It's really funny watching people ignore reality for propaganda. It's kind of cute. I'm very, very angry. And I'm very, very angry. What did you say previous to that? Heidi? She's a backdoor man, and she's proud of it. Yeah, fair enough. She's flaunting it, that's for sure. Help is on its way. The plane is coming for you. My old teacher had a plane. Just a regular Aussie rural battler. It's so good. Oh, man. Yeah, that's just the average Aussie battler, hey? Even in a rural battler. They all have fucking shiny planes like this, given to them by billionaires. It's the Aussie way, really. So good. Most people in Taiwan would prefer to side with China, as shown by polling time and time again. It won't be long till they do a Nepal, especially with their elite giving away their specialty. I think that's an interesting point, because most people just always toe the line, KK, that it's just no, Taiwanese people hate Chinese people. They've always done so. And it's not that black and white. It's 50-50 at best. 13% of citizens in Taiwan support reunification, with a large amount indifferent. Even if it was 99 supporting reunification, the 1% would shred the island before giving it up. I like my legislators to have served at least some prison time, and get special gifts off billionaires. Well, I guess it'll be interesting to see how things change there. I thought Taiwan was still polling over 70% against Chinese control. Maybe they are, but what polling though? Western polling? I don't know. Pauline Pants Down. You're too young, E? No, I remember the song. Okay, thanks, Clarice. I thought it was large. It wasn't a large percentage. Hobo Joe, vote One Nation today and you will get a free jet. By free jet, we mean a picture of Supreme Leader Pauline in her private jet. So good. Be careful where you get your information from. Where a lot of American propaganda wings use to create misinformation around Taiwan. It's an extremely touchy subject. Oh my God, I'm so distracted from Albo not passing a gas tax. Bloody Pauline. Hey, we'll get onto that. That's fucking outrageous. But billionaires just dropping off planes? Come on. Come on. It's fucking great. Let's just enjoy this for a little bit before we get all serious about gas. Come on. Enjoy it. And this is the one thing that I need to know how somebody does mental gymnastics to support this type of stuff. Like, I know there's people that do general mental gymnastics to support this. Be like, what about Labour? They didn't pass any gas tax. Or they won't bring that into the new budget. Who cares about a plane? But like, I got to hear it from this guy. What's his name? Paul Murray. That's the guy. Jets out for the boys. Get your jets out for the boys. Fuck yeah.
Lucy Zelich, lovely to see you back in the man cave. Love you to thank you so much. God love you so.
I have missed you too, Steve.
Four of what is it? It'll be knuckle dragger or flat earther or whatever he's going to call you tonight.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Or has he got the word that equity? That it's all about equity
well,
now.
Stop.
We'll get into that in a second. All right. So there is quite a few people who, of course, people who would never vote for Pauline Hanson, who are outraged by the idea that she has.
Fuck it. Like, if they don't vote for Pauline Hanson, anyway, who cares about their opinion on whether she should be gifted a $1.5 million aircraft by a fucking billionaire? They're not going to vote for her anyway, so who gives a shit about their opinions? That's how democracy works, I'm sure. Right? Tell me more, Paul Murray.
Of course, people who would never vote for Pauline Hanson, who are outraged by the idea that she has been gifted a plane. This is a plane, of course, where she will fly around, as she previously has with James Ashby, not to Sydney and Melbourne and to Canberra, but to far-flung places like Birdsville, regional Western Australia, of course, the support inside regional Australia is previously one nation, but now, of course, it's surging all over the shop here. Here, in part, is what was said about that brand new and beautiful plane.
Your resilience is the fuel for the One Nation Party. This is about providing the wings for a movement that refuses to let the heart of this country be silenced. This aircraft is not for joyrides. This aircraft is for the battle for Australians. Let this plane be a symbol to every Australian that help is on its way, and the journey has only just begun.
I'd be a bit worried about her getting a fucking light aircraft, let's be honest. Hey? As long as she doesn't piss off any American deep state organization, she should be fine. I'm sure. I'm sure she should be fine.
Stephen, I loved hearing all of those heads explode when they saw all of this, as if it's the single donation that somehow is going to disqualify a quarter of the country from wanting to vote One Nation. What do you think?
Well, look, I thought that was such a beautiful, I was touched. I mean, that was putting lipstick on a pig like I've never seen. I mean, trying to actually make it sound like some incredibly wonderful thing for the people of Australia. I mean, what we're unfortunately seeing here in Australia at the moment, and it's not new, let's be clear, it's not new. Whether it's...
Oh my God. Tell me that's an AI, bro. Or not the real man himself. And she's... Bro, there's too much room on that private jet, bro. I know you're way more flexible than that. You don't need all that room. Eh? You don't need all that room to join the Mile High Club, brother. Fucking hell. Oh my God. And she looks great there, can I just say? You both look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. You know what? I'm thinking of getting that framed and putting it up behind me. Can I just say, Jag? Fuck yeah. The two of you on the private jet. My God. Stop all my calls. I'm busy. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Let's go into the album, man. Yes, actually, please tell me you made the AI. Also put Mao in the reflection in the background. Tell me there is a spectre in there as well somewhere. Occupied. I didn't even notice the occupied symbol. Below the spectre of Mao. Added to the wall of slop. Thank you. Dissident Airlines.
Look, I thought that was such a beautiful. I was touched. I mean, that was putting lipstick on a pig like I've never seen. I mean, trying to actually make it sound like some incredibly wonderful thing for the people of Australia. I mean, what we're unfortunately seeing here in Australia at the moment, and it's not new. Let's be clear, it's not new. Whether it's Clive Palmer wanting to, spend 60, 70, 80 million dollars on advertising to try and influence an election, whether it's Gina Rinehart wanting to prop up One Nation's finances, trying to influence the election, whether it's Malcolm Turnbull donating a couple of $1 million himself to try and help the Liberals campaign, or the Climate 200 group.
In 2016, let's be very clear, that was 2016. Money. That was when that's when
2016, that was Turnbull.
Yeah. He hasn't, I don't think he's...
He put $2 million of his own money, $2 million of his own money into the Liberal Party when he was running for Prime Minister.
Oh, don't forget, of course, Climate 200. There's plenty of other billionaires. I noticed the lefty billionaires.
I bet Pauline has to fly the plane herself too. How you going, Captain Bucket? Welcome. We are learning about what keeps Australia's political elite going, and apparently it's good friendships with a few billionaires, eh? That's the real conversation point here. Eh? Getting gifts from billionaires. You can defend it all any way you want, but the optics aren't great. And these guys, they're going to try their hardest here. Look at all the other people that get donations, eh? But it's a plane from a billionaire. Remember when Trump got that gold-plated fucking Airbus or whatever it was from some, I don't know, Saudi royal family or prince or something, and everyone was like, it's outrageous. How could he have done that? It's just blatant corruption. And here, it's just oh, well, everybody gets stuff, eh? From billionaires. It's just, or donations, eh? It's just party politics. It's fine. Dissident Airlines will get you there the right way. That's where Gina is right now, up in the co-pilot seat, taking the reins. Yes, that's what this is really about. What about all the other lefties getting their Climate 200 money? So the greens and the teals. Yeah. Hey, through party donations. It's all the same thing.
I just did.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused.
I did. You actually, Paul, I don't want to be rude, but you talked over me as I was talking about Climate 200. If you roll the tape back, you'll see I was just starting on Climate 200. So all these incredibly wealthy Australians have suddenly got, a desire to help run the country.
Right, but my simple question,
we're blessed in this country. It's following the American.
Yeah, but okay.
Situation. Look, it's declared. It's declared. It follows the rules, but it should be made very clear. No, well, hopefully, but it's made very clear that Gina Rinehart and her policy agenda, and she's quite open about it. The One Nation Party is beholden now to its major donor. So it's not just Pauline Hanson's
Stephen, I'm
policy.
so glad that you used that term, beholden. Does that mean that the Labor Party is beholden to the CFMEU?
Yes.
Also?
Well, we were established by the trade union movement over 100 years ago.
Okay, but the scandal-stricken CFMEU who have donated $6 million to the Labor Party, and the donations to the Labor Party since 2019 and 2024 have been the $11.5 million mark. Does that mean that they're beholden to the CFMEU?
I guess it does sound pretty silly, doesn't it? It's oh, well, fucking great. We got him by the balls here. Would you say that the Labor Party, Labor being a word that is supposed to encompass a workers' party, well, isn't it crazy then? Do you think that the Labor Party should be beholden to a union? Eh? And he's like, well, I guess it's in the name and the history of the party. I guess it would be the same if One Nation was called One Gina or One Rinehart. And then you could use that argument because you'd be like, well, fuck. The party was established for Gina Rinehart. So if she gives them a plane, who gives a fuck? I guess that logic would work a little bit better if it was just like, I think if Pauline Hanson just renamed it, not One Nation, like renamed it, One Gina or the One Rinehart or something like that, then like this argumentation would make more sense. Like Labor should be, I think, completely beholden to the union movement. Maybe not one union, but the entire union movement itself. I think that makes sense. It is technically supposed to be a Labor Party, but like whatever. No, the people who donate from the CFMEU are multiple donors. This was one singular donation. Oof, not a good look. That stammer on the question, LOL. He triggered them. Yeah, they both jumped up pretty hard on that one. Oh, man. Far out. Yeah, I guess. Just also not a great when the CFMEU is repping the union movement. Now, it's a fucking powerful union. Other unions might have something to say about that.
You and also associated with the allegations of crime that have gone on with the CFMEU, just as you're asserting that the Liberal Party, I say One Nation, are now beholden to Gina Rinehart?
Why is it so offensive? She probably is beholden to... She is beholden to Gina Rinehart. Fuck it, I think Ravy Baby is right. Like, the whataboutism is just fucking... It's destructive. It's very interesting. Crime. How's Geordie's house rebuild going? Savage. This is terrible Aussie accent. CFMU were pretty stoked with that one. Yeah, wow.
Parts of the Labor Party have given back those donations. I mean, Peter Malinowskis is one who's forced the return of those donations. Just to name one of the party branches, I just genuinely don't know where everything else is at. But in terms of beholden, the ACTU and the trade union movement have worked in partnership openly and transparently with the Labor Party. We have them at our conferences. Yes. We have votes at our conferences that determine our policies. So our policies are determined by both a cabinet and our national conference, of which they are part. But one part of the trade union movement does not dictate policy to the entire party.
No, but here's
the simple answer is nice try, Lucy and Paul.
Okay,
but
hang
our
on.
Policy process is
filibustering.
Open.
All right, now, but here's the deal,
No,
right?
That's not filibustering, it's just the facts of how it works.
But unlike a donation to the Liberal Party, unlike a donation to the Greens, unlike a donation to the Teals, unlike a donation to One Nation, the donor is constitutionally recognised as having 50% of the say in the political party. And this is what I always love here that is left out of the conversation, is that it's not a mystery, but it is written into the system that the donor gets to pick the policy, the candidates, and once the MPs are there, also help to dictate the factions that decide the minister, that ultimately decide the Prime Minister. No such donor to any other party is constitutionally able to have that influence. But the union movement gets it, and the High Court agreed.
It's a Labor Party, bro. What do you want? Like, working people actually have a say within the party to decide who their representatives are? It's called democracy. No filibustering when I'm trying to interrupt you. I hate Sky. No, it's a mainstay on this channel. Sky it's wonderful stuff. It's wonderful stuff. I don't know where to start with this one. Isn't it outrageous that regular people can have a say over what the party does? It's disgusting. I don't know, man. They just call that democracy.
Well, unfortunately, your description of how the party processes work, I'll have to disagree with. I've got a little
So
bit
Simon
more
Crean never fought
experience
50-50?
Simon Crean did fight for 50-50, and good on him for doing it. And the
correct.
party's a better place.
But the donor has 50%
because it's a
of the say.
partnership. No, you're trying to pretend that one donor has 50% of the say. The CFMU are a small part.
That's what you're trying to do, but pinning this on Gina Rinehart.
All unions are the same. No, they're not billionaires. They don't have openly stated policies.
But we're talking about the...
Just union super.
He has his policies up on a website. Now, I'll defend union super to the,
I have no doubt you will.
I mean, the fact you want to call it union super shows that you don't understand how the structure works, whether employers and unions nominate 50% onto.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Former Labor MPs everywhere.
What, you mean it's not 100% the union? Yeah. It's not 100% union. Is that? Oh,
All
no.
this talk of donors. I need a kebab. Literally just ate a gyros. It's good stuff. Hey, look at all this multicultural banter going on in the chat here. Hey? One of the positives of migration. We can all enjoy kebabs and gyros.
Community get to put 50% on all of those industry funds. Yes.
Wayne Swan has which connection to which, all
you.
Those independent, non-union related things. But speaking of One Nation, the ghost who, remember...
Don't distract from the fact.
I'm happy to have
donated $2 million to himself.
In 2016, when, remember, he also had that incredible decision, which was the double dissolution, which resulted in One Nation not just getting Pauline Hanson up in Queensland, but a second in Malcolm Roberts. Of course, she was also able to get a couple of others that are up. And I should say here, ghost warning, I apologise. Well, he has decided to go to the great centrist publication he helped into being, the Turnbull Times, to write. Pauline Hanson seems mostly focused on Muslims nowadays, and many people will see that Taylor's latest immigration policy has the same intent. If your concern is terrorism practiced by Islamist extremists, then the policies of One Nation and its imitators are doing the terrorists' work.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow, Lucy. Don't you love this? This is the bloke, again, he decided to lower the bar, so the return of Pauline Hanson came with so many other people. He expected, of course, to remain Prime Minister forever because of that $2 million down payment in terms of donations to the party, and obviously would be a little bit annoyed when the free members of the party decided to get rid of him. But again...
They hate Malcolm, leave him. Like, they really do. They really fucking do. It's interesting, isn't it? How it works. He obviously didn't kiss the ring well. Hey, human being. Paul finds it crazy when Labour members leave the parliament, they stay in Labour and not go into the private sector. Was Yanis Eurus in Northwood? Good stuff. Oh, man. Food spitting on a stick really speaks to humans.
The ghost
cans. Malcolm wanted to be reasonable. They don't understand that.
Now in for One Nation. What a surprise.
The ghost and the bad smell, we just can't get rid of, unfortunately. Turncoat Turnbull, I know he doesn't like that term, but a lot of people watching will be able to agree with it.
Oh, he'll get a transcript tomorrow.
He'll absolutely get a transcript. But the issue that I think that I have with this is that, for so many people, especially now the likes of Malcolm Turnbull and even those within the coalition who have not yet learned that attacking One Nation does not work, and trying to paint her out to be this racist Islamophobe actually
doing the work of the terrorists?
Doing the work of the terrorists. I mean, come on, talk about a long bow and talk about, really trying to go for what you have perceived to be the enemy rather than the government of the day. And this is what the problem is. And there are several members within the coalition who still have not recognised that going after her isn't the key to success. And I dare say that all this does is a piece like this is just embolden One Nation and the movement, particularly ahead of the Farah election.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. They're acting like everybody thinks this is a silver bullet and it's going to destroy One Nation. I don't think One Nation voters give a fuck about this at all. If anything, they're just like, yeah, it should have been a bigger plane. Come on. Should have actually been a private jet. Come on now, Gina. What are you doing, you fucking stingy bitch? But it is pretty, like, for everybody else, like, it's just so fucking gross. Like, for anyone to get something like this from a billionaire, like, it really just makes you question the whole idea of democracy. And it just goes, it's another fucking nail in the coffin on our bourgeois society. Like, you can't pretend after seeing stuff like this that our political system is for the people and by the people. It's none of that shit. It really is just like, look, a bunch of rich people, they'll try and play, you know, in the background if they can. But like when push comes to shove, it's like, look, just give the fucking bitch a plane, right? Give her a fucking plane. And like if people talk about it, who gives a fuck? They'll forget about it anyway. The mob is fickle. The mob is fickle. My God. Mountain Dew. Ew. I'll have crab juice. Stop. I'm trying to give up meat. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Delicious. All right. That's enough from our friend. I can't believe she got herself a little fucking plane. Actually, let's see what the comments are like. Oh, how about Albo using a Qantas jet to travel free to promote his failed voice campaign? Yeah, Albo. But okay for Albo to take a plane to a football match on taxpayer money? The Labour Party has never been transparent. Turd Bull. What a moron. 2 billion for Snowy. MK2. Now 42 billion. Nothing he says is competent. Keep it up, Pauline. Yeah, go Pauline. Congratulations, vote One Nation. Go Pauline. Thank you, Gina. Yes. Thank you, Gina. Fucking legend. Yep, couldn't care less. One Nation is just a vehicle to move the Overton window while Rennick builds his party. Me and you, bro. Rennictarians. Just coming at it from different angles, I guess. Rennictarians through and through. I hope One Nation has proper security for the aircraft. Labour government agrees will not hesitate to carry out sabotage to destroy any threat to their gravy train. Can you imagine this is the thing that Labour and the Greens come together on? Sabotaging her plane. Giving her the full John Denver experience. Turncoat Turnbull. Union sold out during COVID. I was a staunch member. Never again. Vote One Nation. Isn't that a crazy idea? That if you're like, I'm anti-union, vote One Nation. The working class has changed, man. Fuck unions. Vote One Nation. They'll help the working class. We're already bailing on One Nation. Well, after you're finished with their supreme leader on that jet, I guess everyone else will be bailing for sure. No one's going to want to touch that after you're finished. No, yeah, fuck workers' rights. Vote One Nation. It's pretty much right. Union sold out during COVID. I was a staunch member. So, like, when you're pissed off with the workers' movement, fair enough. What do you think? You think, how could I get back at the workers' movement? How can I distance myself from working workers' organization as much as possible? I know. I'll vote One Nation. Amen. Don't like unions. Mamupa in the house. How you going? Very, very good. This is interesting. Very interesting. All right, enough with this. Lebanese food. So good, baby. I bet you're amazing in the kitchen. Yes, we were talking about that the other day. Great advice for steak, too. Mass immigration is bad for workers. I'm going to need to see Rennick's legs before I leave this hype train. Yeah, very good. I don't think you're not going to be impressed, bro. It's not the same thing. Rennick just has good ideas. But Pauline, she's got the pins. mass migration is bad for workers. I guess. Yes, it is. Think of a situation under capitalism and mass migration is good for workers. Trying to think of a position. Like capital, like the way the capital economy figures itself out is to have a huge pool of workers and an industrial reserve army, as Marx would call it. So a group of unemployed persons, right? In order to keep wages suppressed. And so mass migration. So just, let's not even make it migration. A mass influx of more working class people into a system adds to help the capitalist class or whoever's doing employment to suppress wages. See, like, I can get down with that. But like the problem is we make it like these trigger words like mass migration. If we just say like an influx of working class people into the system is going to be bad for workers, I can get down with that. We just got to get rid of the culture war kind of rhetoric that goes with everything. It's the culture wars that kill the working class, man. It just kills the working class. Unions are commie talk about One Nation. It's crazy to me that people actually hate unions. The amount of things they have done to better our working conditions. Yeah, there's been issues with them, but does that take away all the good? Yeah, I think it's just the way that the propaganda machine works. Like, people have been constantly told and reminded of all the fuck ups that unions have made. Like, they are associated with criminals. Hey, rich people and, you know, political elites, they wouldn't be associated with criminals at all. Of course not. It's just the unions. But like, yes, the story is always, as soon as a union or any type of organization of workers, collective bargaining, let's say, puts a foot out of line, you got to attack them hard. So like, people are like, yeah, unions are obviously awful organizations, discounting historically every single win on the board that we all enjoy as working people. Like, every single win on the board, let's be honest, was because of the pressure put on by the workers' movement, directly or indirectly. Just existing has caused people to give over concessions for working people, like from fucking everything, like from holidays to organizations having to be accountable to how they pay people. Yes, but you're right. But like, there's nothing you can do when you have propaganda so hard like that. People are actually scared of unions, and it's a bad word. Nothing we can do about that now. I have bad personal experience with unions, and family has as well, but I believe in freedom of association. Yes, fair enough. No, it doesn't take away from the good. It's just become more of a tool for workers to centralize their own power. Great when it works properly, but it's also prone to corruption because of that centralization. Yeah, fair enough. If only we'd stop having wars and creating refugees. Heidi the sausage, get off your logic train. Hey? It's so good. It's just like, when you hear, I know, Europeans and Americans, like mostly Europeans, I think they're really in the thick of it. But like, yeah, they're complaining about influxes of, refugees coming into their lands from like the Middle East or something. It's just like, well, you know, they probably were happy where they were before you destabilized their entire fucking life and their entire region. They mightn't be here if we didn't collectively bomb them into insignificance or into the Stone Age, and they had to move somewhere else to survive. It's a very, very interesting point, but it's like too many steps for most people to conceive of or to be able to grapple with conceptually. They're like, wait, when we bombed those places, we caused the refugee crisis? No, of course, it couldn't be us. They just want to come here and turn this place into the third world. It's some other type of theory, I'm sure. Is there a bloke party, but in Australia? A bloke party? You know, I don't know. And even if there was a bloke party, they wouldn't be able to exist anymore. Discrimination and such. A gentleman party. The Labour Party aren't pro-workers' party. They used to be. Not to say they didn't do good. But we should build on the good, not lean on the history. Fair enough. That was quite insightful, actually. Corporations are scared of unions. That's a yes from moi. Yeah, fair enough. Who was behind those wars and wants to destruct the West? Those who can't be named? That's pretty fucking funny. From whence come wars and fighting among you? Interesting. The Jews. I think it's actually Karl Marx who initially considered the idea of workers' monopoly. I'd say that union centralization and corruption is a great example of this. Of union, yeah, I said that right. Of union centralization. Workers' monopoly? I don't know if I've come across that concept from Marx, I must say. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, there's one thing. What else did I wanted to cover this just a little bit because I said I would. And I'm actually interested to know about this. As a result of the Iran situation, hey, it's May 1st tomorrow, Labor Day, 8-hour working day. Just a quick reminder, everybody. I wanted to just get the quick lowdown on this, so just bear with me where we're just like jumping erratically all over the place today, but it's worth it, I'm sure. UAE is just ducked out of OPEC, and I want to know why. Obviously, it's got something to do with the Iran war. I just want to be across this. Just like very quick context. OPEC is like, I don't know, what would you say? A group of oil nations, I guess. They come together and agree on price fixing, let's just call it. Let's be honest. So they can control the cost of oil or the price of oil that they sell. I guess in like a cartel. Thank you. And then they control supply as well. So like they withhold stuff. They don't want to flood the market because that'll drop the, I don't know, the billions and billions and billions of dollars that these Gulf states can make out of oil. OPEC is a cartel. Okay. Whose birthday is it? Also my birthday? Tomorrow's your birthday? I'll try to remember that. If you're around for Far Right Fridays. Creating a worker monopoly. Interesting theory. Okay. I'll have to look it up. OPEC is a cartel. Yes. Okay, so like apparently the UAE's dropping out of fucking OPEC. What's that about?
First, what's OPEC?
Well, OPEC essentially, it's a cartel. It's a body that's formed, been around for 66 years now, primarily to keep oil prices elevated and to keep the profits from petrochemicals and fossil fuels basically within the national borders of the countries that own those resources.
So it's been around for a long time. Why has the UAE decided to leave it now?
Yeah, well, good question, but OPEC has struggled for many, many years to keep its members in check. I mean, the idea...
best day of the week, elbow cough, don't lie. Everyone loves Far Right Fridays. I'm putting it out there. Everybody loves Far Right Fridays. Even the most hardcore lefties out there. I know you do. Don't pretend like you don't.
The way you keep prices high is by restricting supply, and everybody agrees that prices should be high, but nobody really wants to do the hard work of restricting their own supply. Now, the UAE, for the past few decades at least, has actually done a very good job of building its economy, trying to future-proof it against a period when either the world doesn't want fossil fuels or they run out, and it's also managed to upgrade its facilities so that it can export a lot more oil. The idea of trying to keep that restrained, their supplies restrained, so that everybody else then benefits, has always rankled with the UAE, and it's always been a major sticking point in how the organisation works.
Okay, so with the fuel crisis happening right now, will the departure of UAE from OPEC make any difference to that price coming down. It produces a lot of oil, but it can't get it out, can it, through the Strait of Hormuz?
That's right. So short term, medium term, this won't make any difference at all.
It's so good. So we get the final analysis there. It's like, well, I know it sounds like a lot, but it actually is completely meaningless. The UAE coming out of OPEC right now in the thick of the Iran war, which has completely destabilized the region and shut down any type of oil getting in and out of this area anyway, is absolutely meaningless. It has fuck all consequence right now until this war changes. That's fucking hilarious. My God. I'm far right on stuff. No one asked, but dinner tonight is going to be dry rub spiced pork shoulder with ginger, demi-glaze, fonda, am I reading that? Fondo potato cooked in bacon, lard, and another veg I haven't decided yet, then choc cinnamon cake. God damn. Wow. You're going to have to go start living at your place. The alleged humiliation that led to 9/11, according to bin Laden, was US bases in the region, but not commerce? Question mark. Too bad. Oh my God, pork and bacon. You're a keeper. Oh, that's hilarious. IDF boot up dat ass.
Because everything is being dictated at the moment by the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is shut, and so we've got 10 to 20% of the world's oil supply basically locked up in a narrow body of water. But ultimately, once this all clears, the UAE clearly seems to want to be acting more in unison with the United States, which is now the world's biggest producer and oil exporter. And so
a workers' monopoly is the dictatorship of the proletariat. Okay. That's what he called it. The dictatorship of the proletariat. If you're interested in Marx, he viewed it as temporary. But, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Dictatorship of the proletariat. That's a workers' monopoly. That's fair. It's fair call.
they will probably be forming some kind of alliance, I guess, with the US in terms of petrochemical exports.
So Donald Trump will like this move?
It's possible he's been behind it, in fact.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the thinking out there at the moment, yeah. So Saudi Arabia is still the main part.
I don't see why it has to be temporary myself. Well, like, I can't speak to the workers' monopoly thing exactly, but like if it's tied directly to the dictatorship of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat is only supposed to be temporary because it's transitional in the sense that only a workers control. So right now, according to Marxian theory, of course, we live in a bourgeois dictatorship. So like our political systems and the way that the world works is bourgeois. It's capitalistic. And so our political structures are influenced by bourgeois control. Hence why, like, we have One Nation, or Pauline Hanson, who represents the Aussie battler, but she can only do that if she gets a $1.5 million plane off a billionaire. So, like, who's really in control? Is it Pauline Hanson or Gina Rinehart? So that's the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Or the dictatorship of the proletariat, a workers' dictatorship, would be when the workers take control of the politics entirely. And there's no Gina Rineharts there to spend extravagantly on that system to just get what they want because they have property and ownership of the means of production. And it's temporary because the workers would then, supposedly, transition to communism, where there is no need for some type of dictatorship, like somebody actually being in control, which is a class system. And like they would work towards a world where there is no classes, so there's no dictatorship of anyone. And that's why it's temporary. It would move to a society without classes and where production is shared amongst everyone, or the fruits of production anyway, is shared amongst everyone. And like the only division will be divisions between people based on, politics and what people like and preferences, all that sort of stuff. Like the usual stuff that goes into human relations. I don't like this person because they're a prick, as opposed to I'm better than this person because I'm richer than they are. I'm from a class above them. I was born better than they are because of some weird caste system or something like that. So it's temporary for that reason. China doesn't see why it needs to be temporary either. Save us, China. Yeah, well, I think people know my position on China. It's definitely not socialist. That's for sure. If you think about it, we've kind of made our internet function the same way our democracies do, as a pressure relief. Using violent and abusive language online relieves people of their revolution needs. That's an interesting point. And that is bearing good fruit for China. And it feeds their inner need to be heard and possibly vindicated by others. Fair enough. Oh yeah, you could argue a major global superstructure is still transitioning. True online gaming saves lives. Boo class. Yes, thank you. Boo class. I know I do at least 40% less murdering thanks to video. 40% less murdering. So there is still murdering going on. It's just at a level of 40%. Interesting admission there. Dilemmas. Good to know. Ideally, but we're greedy little humans. We don't like letting go of things. Yeah, fair enough. By doing this, it has removed us from actual activism and pushed us to reactive activism. Done through the screen, I note the No Kings rally. I know, but it's hard. It's hard, isn't it? We do what we can. We do what we can. Temporary becomes longer and longer and longer. Yeah. A rally designed for social media, not revolution. A way to relieve pressure without actually pushing for real change. But still keeping your murdering skills on expert level. Leave Gina alone. She's just trying to get on with her life in a desert hellscape, just like Jabba. Yeah, it's okay. To be fair, 40% of zero is still zero. Okay, fair enough. I see what you did there. Maths genius. The circus of modern day imperialist empire.
Partner of OPEC. The UAE provides about 15% of OPEC's oil. So it's a very important part, and it's been the country that's done a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of keeping prices higher. So, but as I said, it's never felt...
I personally view the petty bourgeois as working class, and hierarchies within are fine. She's more of a rancor. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, look, I have those thoughts as well. I know yesterday we spoke about this, and Hobo Joe had some interesting opinions on this as well. And I said the petty bourgeois are usually aligned in terms of their interests with the capitalists, like the major capitalists, the bourgeois. And so like they have alliances there because they have business interests, and business interests align. But yeah, like in terms of their work though, like they're effectively working class in the sense that they use their own labor to create value. Now they get to decide what to do with that value, so they're not workers exactly, but like they work and labor. Their direct value production, their work actually produces value. They're not just managing value and extracting that from workers, they're actually working too. So I think there's a lot of crossovers, yes, with the petty bourgeois existence and the working class existence. But like someone like Marx would say, and I'm sure you're across it, Clarice, Marx would say, like when push comes to shove, like in revolutionary moments or times of where there's some type of political action happening and you need to rely on someone, the petty bourgeois usually end up stabbing working people in the backs. They side with capitalists or business interests. They don't side, like in times of pressure, real pressure. So you can't rely on the petty bourgeois. That's what the Marxian take is on all of that. It's an interesting point though, Clarice.
Completely comfortable with some of the other players in the area.
So what's been the reaction from the other OPEC nations then to this?
Not really much today. I think they're all their minds are focused elsewhere, which is reopening the strait so that they can continue to, or resume trading in their oil. And the longer that those fields remain inactive, the more damage is done to a lot of those fields as well. So they want a quick resolution to this war.
So you detect the hand of Donald Trump behind this, you say. What's the state of the US oil, the position of US within the global oil market
The US is, as I said, the biggest oil producer and the biggest exporter, but it also imports a lot of oil as well because it produces a very light grade of oil with low sulphur in it. And so they do actually, despite the president's warnings or sayings that they don't import any oil from the Middle East, they do in fact. Their refineries are set up to deal with that grade of oil. They've now got control of Venezuelan oil as well, and there's a strong chance that Venezuela may pull out of OPEC as well. So it does seem like an American kind of strategic move here to dismantle the influence of OPEC on oil prices. But as I said, they haven't been particularly successful in keeping prices elevated. I mean, prices were down below $70 a barrel just before the war broke out. So it's kind of a little bit of an ineffectual organisation these days. You know, the time, I guess they were at their most effective in 1973 in that when the Yom Kippur War broke out and they wanted to really send a message through to the Western world about backing Israel, and they forced oil prices to quadruple during that period. They haven't done anything like that since.
Interesting. All about that stranglehold. Poor Venezuela. OPEC been supplying China too much and it's hard to control. They split them up a little bit and deal with them one by one. It's a pretty interesting take, isn't it? Very interesting. That's why that's why Trump apparently has come out and supported this move. He's like, yeah, you can do, when they come together as a collective, they're harder to handle. They can have their own opinions, but you can control them better as individuals. Would you say that what we are seeing currently is a shift that's always been underway for some time under the leadership of under US leadership, distancing from Middle Eastern oil supplies without completely losing control of the region? Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening, isn't it? Like they're gearing up for not having to rely on Middle Eastern oil at all, but they still want to like you said, control the region. So, breaking up the solidarity of the Gulf states is perfect for the US, right? China don't need oil; they got renewables. They'll be fine. Couldn't have done more for EV sales. Thanks, Seppos. That's pretty funny. So then leaving this could be in regards to forming of an American-ruled oil monopoly. So leaving this could be in regards to forming of an American-ruled oil monopoly. It would seem that way, right? Like I said, they've got more power together. And so like them breaking up suits the US just fine. As they've said, like it produces its own oil. It needs some supply because it doesn't have always the right type necessary. But it's got like other options there. So instead of these people being left to their own devices, if OPEC breaks down, they break up the party a little bit, they're going to have less control. Or less importance anyway on the global oil market. I think we'll see a US central oil group before the end of the year. One that isn't bargained by defense contraction, but owning of a larger portion of oil, allowing you to manipulate prices. Yeah. Clarice, yeah, the petty bourgeois certainly aren't revolutionary, and they have a capitalist view of interest, but they are closer to workers than absolute bourgeois, in my opinion. If regulated, it's fine. Yes, I agree. I think that the way that they produce value is closer to working people. Like petty bourgeois people, they don't just own their businesses, like they work to create the value. Their work creates value, just like workers. Now, like a Marxian analysis of that is that they don't create surplus value, but they're definitely creating value with their time and effort, with their labor. So I think, yes, they have a crossover, a massive crossover there. But the revolutionary potential, like, do they want the system changed? Probably not. Because like I said but the other day, they're aspirationally bourgeois and they think they're on the precipice of a breakthrough and they'll become bourgeois at any second. So they don't want the system to change at all. They just want a good break. That's all they need. Oils ain't oils. Russia, if you're listening, sanctions weren't working. They had to do something to hamper China's production. All right, just one more for me, please.
On to business news now on the programme. Camille Knight is joining me here on set. A shock announcement from the UAE on Tuesday. It's withdrawn from OPEC and the OPEC Plus cartels.
OPEC now faces a double crisis as it tries to manage the energy shock caused by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and now also the departure of one of its more capable members. It's effective almost immediately because the UAE says it will leave on the 1st of May, describing the move as being in the country's national interest. The UAE has a production capacity of more than 4 million barrels per day, but only pumped out about 2.37 million in March. Here's what the energy minister said about the decision.
Sarsaparilla Jane, have to go out now, but thanks for the stream. Thank you. Thanks for hanging. Enjoy the rest of your day.
That the world is currently undersupplied, and our exit at this time is the right time for it because it will have a minimum impact on the price, and it will have a minimum impact on our friends at OPEC and OPEC Plus.
Now, this hasn't had a huge impact on oil prices because the Hormuz bottleneck is the dominant factor right now. US oil hovering around $100 and Brent up 0.3%. What the UAE's exit does do, though, is it sets the stage for a much more volatile oil market once that crisis resolves.
Yeah, so the energy minister says it's about supply. What does he mean by that exactly?
So the UAE is one of the group's largest exporters. In 2024, it was the fourth largest producer after Saudi Arabia, Iraq and Iran. But the Emirates want to increase its capacity and has often expressed frustration at production caps or quotas set by the oil cartel. Its relationship with Saudi Arabia, which is by far the largest producer in OPEC and its de facto leader, has also been frosty, particularly since Riyadh opened up to foreign business under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and began to challenge the Emirates' position as an investment hub. One analyst says the departure of one of OPEC's largest producers could potentially change the oil market dynamic and throw Saudi Arabia's long-standing role into question. Let's take a listen.
Saudi Arabia has been the central banker of the oil markets. Now, what is Saudi Arabia going to do in this new scenario? Are they going to remain the de facto leader of OPEC? Are they going to manage the market? Or is it going to be a free-for-all market given that the UAE has left? That is the big question at the moment.
Let's move on to something different now.
Oman is a major crossroads. They control the pipelines for most of these countries, like the UAE. So whoever gets Oman on their side is already winning.
Europe's top commercial plane maker releasing some pretty disappointing quarterly results.
Airbus has...
Well, who would have thought, eh? I guess if it's true, it's not going to really mean anything at this point. It's meaningless. But it does help the US out, I guess. If OPEC has any influence. Not anymore. If it's going to break up. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And then we'll be back. So don't go anywhere. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, hit the like button. If you're new here, follow Twitch, subscribe, YouTube, etc., etc., etc. We'll be back. We'll be back. All right, let's do this. I feel as if we will see in America stuck in the past whilst China moves on to a different way of functioning as they have done under most US pressure. I don't believe US's oil control will be for direct control, but to control other countries which rely still on oil and sit in the empire. That's a good call. I think that's largely why China has spent so much time trying to find alternatives to fossil fuels as well, so they can't be controlled and cut off through sanctions. Hey, who would do such a thing? I mean, it will be interesting to see who comes out on top. Both sides have a lot of market influence in their own production, insane tech, and massive egos. What could possibly go wrong? That's why Trump is propping up right-wing countries, so he has a market to sell to in the future while stripping the citizen in those regions of their wealth, the same way they've done in most countries. Interesting. I don't think it'll be who comes out on top, I honestly believe. It'll be dependent on how a country thrives in their own state, irrelevant of the current global system. America is currently decaying. Yeah, independence over global market might turn out to be a winner. Yes, especially with China's population. Internal wealth generation is hard though, and inflation is brutal. Yeah, 100%. Agreed. All right. We move on. Oh, I wanted to quickly look at this as well before we move on to any other topic. Let's have a look at this, shall we? So this is something that came up. This is the Daily Beast. How are we going? Let's do this. All right, yeah, have a look at this. I remember we talked about this kind of a lot when it happened. But I'm surprised at this. But like, should I be surprised? Should I? Really? The ICE agent who shot Renee Good has just been put back to work. Like, I thought that this guy was actually under investigation or something. But apparently not. The ICE agent who fatally shot unarmed mum, Renee Nicole Good, has been quietly relocated to a different state and allowed to resume work, according to exclusive new report by Punch Up. Senior Department of Homeland Security officials have told the Daily Beast new sister investigations outlet launched earlier this month by this correspondent that Agent Jonathan Ross, 43, has effectively been shielded from ICE's own accountability process because the FBI investigation into Good's killing has stalled. Interesting. Ross is now performing administrative and investigative duties 3 months after he shot Good, 37, in the arm, breast, and head as she tried to drive away. Drive away? That's contested. I thought she tried to run over the ICE agent as she tried to drive away from the ICE operation on January 7. On his own cell phone video, the agent can be heard muttering "fucking bitch" as Good's Honda Pilot crashed into a parked car with her dying inside. 17 days after Good was killed, Border Patrol agents shot dead VA ICU nurse Alex Preddy, 37, during the same Minneapolis operation. The killing triggered global outrage, mass protests across the U.S. cities, and political crisis that ousted DHS Secretary Christie with a K, Nome, 54, who was replaced by Mark Wayne Mullen, 48. With whistleblowers and Senate Democrats alleging the federal probe into Good's killing was deliberately shut down, at the top, Ross was placed on administrative leave for just 3 days before being quietly moved out of state. No further action has been taken against him. DHS officials speaking to the outlet also flagged a glaring contradiction in the official record. The Department of Justice had told Fox News digital that ICE's Office of Professional Responsibility was running its own internal review parallel to the FBI investigation, as with any officer involved shooting, but senior officials told Punch Up that that's not happening, and that ICE's Internal Affairs Division cannot begin its administrative review until the FBI probe concludes, freezing the agency's accountability process for Ross, potentially indefinitely. So basically, they're just not going to investigate this guy at all. They're just going to put him back on duty somewhere else. They just move him to another state, and then he just gets put back on the beat. It's crazy. Yeah, they said he would be relocated, and his suspension was temporary at the time, and was for his own mental health. He was filming the whole time, essentially a snuff tape. Wait, didn't they say it happened because of his PTSD? That is the case? Why would they put him back in service? Hey, stop looking for logic in this chain of events. Actually, I think they did say stuff like that. It happened because of his PTSD, because he got involved in a hit and run or something like that earlier under similar circumstances. The slow pace has fueled mounting fury inside the agency, with one senior ICE official telling Punch Up that the FBI needs to sort shit or get off the pot. Right. It's just hanging out there, they said, adding the limbo had prevented ICE from speaking publicly about the killing or attempting to rebuild public confidence. Public confidence, ICE? That's a good one. That's hilarious. Wouldn't be the first day back without getting censored, LOL. What did you get censored for? You bad, bad man, you. And the lessons we've learned here: protesting in your car is a great, not dangerous idea, and all cops should definitely carry lethal weapons they use immediately. Smart. Now, I wonder why that didn't get through. Interesting. Yeah, I know. Obviously, all the lessons we can learn in hindsight. Am I right? Am I right? The FBI investigation has been clouded by controversy from day one. Look at this guy. Hey. Interesting. So FBI investigation stops any internal investigation. Internal investigation can't do anything, so we'll just put him back on the beat. Interesting. But yeah, this was so controversial, and this guy's back out on the streets again. I wonder if people know about this. I mean, a little foresight never hurts either. LOL. But, like, you know, how do you honestly know? Like, I don't think Australians would have had foresight in that situation, because we wouldn't expect law enforcement to just be so trigger happy, right? But I guess foresight in the US is different. Like, I wouldn't go outside if I lived in the US, because my foresight would be like, everybody can kill you because everybody's got a gun and they will use it, even if they don't have a reason. Let's send armed officers to a protest. So, yeah. Foresight, hey? Foresight. Hindsight. All right. I thought that was interesting. I just wanted to catch up on that story. Just a little quick diversion there. Now, look, we're going to go do something a little bit different. I want to watch this guy. Where are you, mate? I've got you somewhere here. I think this is kind of part of a class war kind of discussion. He's an interesting character, this one as well. Like, really shot to popularity massively. You can see him on the screen. Gary Economics, Gary Stevenson, I'm pretty sure. I think 4AS first put me onto Gary Stevenson like years ago. And like, you know, I've listened to him on and off for a little bit, but like, he's really fucking popular now. I find like he gets interviewed by a lot of people. Like, people really respect his opinion on stuff. But he came out with a piece recently. Was that like a few days ago? Will AI destroy the economy? The economy. So I would like to look at this and see what he has to say about it, because it's something that we all talk about a bit. Then also, if that's the case, probably don't get in your car and disobey them. Just a little foresight on both sides would have been nice. I don't know, man. I still don't think it was clear that she disobeyed them. Like, she had different people yelling different stuff at her. I still don't think it's that easy, that one. And like, regardless of, just like say she did disobey them, like shooting someone point blank in the head for disobeying an order, it's pretty steep. It's really fucking steep. I just don't know if that's commensurate with the activity, to be honest. Now, just my 2 cents. Yeah, this guy, Gary Stevenson. I'm sure people get him in their feed. Like, you all seem to be the type that would get dumped this type of content by your algorithm. But like, I think what he is talking about here is like, a lot of people are approaching him. Like, I watched the introduction, like people are approaching him talking about like, oh, is this going to fuck up like all the workers? Like, there's so much rhetoric out there with the AI revolution stuff where people are like, oh my God, everyone's going to lose their jobs. And like, all these big tech lords are out there spruiking this story as well. It's like, AI is coming in and the entire human race is going to be out of work soon. It's going to be glorious. And like, I think people are legitimately scared about this, that like AI is going to just like replace every single working person in the world eventually, and then no one's going to have any money, and then the economy is going to collapse because no one will have any purchasing power and all that sort of stuff. So I wanted to see what his opinions are on this. Like I said, I watch him sporadically. I haven't seen him speak in a while, and it's definitely not on this topic. I would like to know your opinions on Gary Stevenson. It was interesting seeing him take on Piers Morgan and like shutting down the guy, like, who was it? I can't remember what this guy's name is, but he was shutting this American commentator down about, taxing the rich and all that sort of stuff. Dilemmas. I've watched this vid. You've watched this entire vid? Okay, god damn, you're just always ahead of me in this type of stuff. Well, like, tell me what you think about it. And like, if you have any points, actually, I'd like to discuss it, because I'd like to know his position on if AI is going to displace the entire world's working class. This is class struggle stuff. We've got a group of tech lords, call them what you want, tech capitalists, tech fascists, whatever, and they're producing a technology here that is going to displace millions of workers around the world. This is class warfare. This is it by definition. And like, this guy paints himself as a working class hero, I find. He talks about him coming from working class backgrounds. Obviously, he's a fucking multi-millionaire now, because he's kind of a stockbroker. And like, worked for massive financial institutions in the UK doing that shit. And so he's worth millions himself. So he's working class, pulled himself up by his bootstraps, and now a millionaire. And talks about economics, but like, he would be in position to speak, I think, nicely about like how big business incorporates new technology, and like what type of visions they have for this stuff. So I'd like to know your thoughts. AI can't fuck up like I can on site. I would like to see them do my fuck ups better. And be careful what you wish for, because AI is replacing people, and it's definitely not doing a better job than humans at this point. But it is replacing them, which is interesting. He did a debate against that Aussie, Daniel Priestley. Oh, okay. There's another guy, Rubin? Something Rubin in the US. I think he was on part of the Young Turks at some point and then left and is now like a kind of a libertarian person, I guess. He usually leans into the asset conversation, which is correct, might I add. All right, well, he's got Dilemma's seal of approval, so let's see what he has to say about how AI is going to take over the world, destroy the working class, and whether or not that's good for you or me. I guess we're about to fucking find out. I might speed it up though, because it does go for a while. Let's have a little listen. Artificial intelligence will never replace genuine stupidity. I don't know, man. Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, humans have got that down to an absolute art. AI could never replicate that.
Fresh biscuits. Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. This week we are going to explain whether AI will drive wages up or down.
Damn clankers.
Okay, so this is a question which I keep getting asked. So fans of the channel will know I was on tour in Australia and New Zealand about a month ago. And every single tour that I went, I got asked, what's AI going to do to the economy, to inequality, to wages? And I was hesitant to do a video on it because initially it seemed so obvious to me that AI was going to displace jobs and drive wages.
Dave Rubin. Yes, that's the guy. Thank you very much. Yeah, I saw him go head-to-head with Dave Rubin on Piers Morgan. And Rubin was just well out of his comfort zone. And this guy was just killing him over tax, whether you should tax the rich or not. It just made mincemeat out of him.
Down. But the more I sat and read about it and thought about it and talked about it, the more I realized that this answer is not so unbelievably obvious as I initially thought. So there are a lot of people putting out the idea that AI might actually drive wages up. I've got a couple of quotes here. There's an article in Fox Business saying AI is going to substantially reduce wage inequality and drive up wages for low-wage workers. Fortune magazine has a piece here from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, saying that it's going to raise lower-paid wages. I was reading The Economist this week, and they strongly implied that there's no evidence that AI is displacing jobs. So I saw that a lot of people seem to think, or at least saying they think, AI will not drive wages down. And it's got me thinking about how economists think about technology and wages. So when we start thinking about what is the level of wages as we are taught in our economics degrees, first thing to say is most economists really don't study this much at all. There is a field of economics called labour economics, which talks about how the economy affects workers. It does include sections on what determines the wage level, but this is basically an optional field of study. I didn't do it until my master's degree, so I didn't do any labour economics up until my 5th year of economics. And even then, we actually didn't.
Labour economics is a branch of economics that studies how workers and employers interact in the job market, basically how people find jobs, how wages are set, and how work is organised. It looks at the labour market, where workers supply their time, skills, and efforts. Employers demand labour to produce goods and services. So good. Everyone, when you think about economics and economists, everyone's just they're goddamn geniuses. They think of things that nobody else could unless they have their level of expertise. It's just yes, workers supply their time and skills, and employers demand labor to produce goods and services. It's so simple, of course. Don't know a lot of Rubin's views, but he seems like a nice guy. I feel bad. Every debate I've seen him in, he just gets smoked. LOL. Yeah, it's a bit like that. Yeah, he doesn't have a great deal of depth. He cops flack being gay and adopting from the far right. Okay. Is he actually gay, or he just cops flack for being gay? But yes, he usually gets smoked, right? Christian zealots would be more accurate, really. Yeah.
Didn't do much about the relationship really between wages and technology, or wages and the distribution. Until you get into that sort of advanced level economics, you will be basically given one idea about wages, which is that wages are driven by what economists call marginal productivity. So this idea that wages are driven by marginal productivity is
Can you very briefly describe the concept in economics that wages are driven by marginal productivity? Very briefly, a worker's wage tends to reflect the extra value they add by working one more unit of time. My God. This is so Marxian. It's fucking great. If hiring one more worker increases the firm's output by, say, $100 worth of goods per day, the firm will be willing to pay up to about $100 a day in wages for that worker. Wages equivalent to the value of a worker's additional output to the employer. It's a useful baseline model, but in reality, wages can also be influenced by things like bargaining power, unions, and regulations. Fucking hell. So basically, marginal productivity, a worker's wage tends to reflect the extra value they add by working one more unit of time. Reflect the extra value they add by working one more unit of time. Their marginal product. Okay. All right, so it's the quickest way to get a pay rise. Go work for a competitor. Interesting. But see, like this thing, it's not just how well you work. It's also in the like it's in the context of like what you produce, right? And they'll be willing to pay up to how much you produce in your wage. And almost a surplus value theory in a way. Yeah, he's gay and married, so the religious Americans don't like him. Ah, okay, right.
Just a very simple idea, which is that if hiring one new worker will get me £100 of new product, say I'm making biscuits, one new worker can make £100 of biscuits a day, then I had better pay that worker something close to £100. Otherwise, some other business owner, some other capitalist is going to snatch up that worker and he's going to pay them £100 and he's going to make the profit from it. And this idea, which is taught to basically everybody who studies economics from like a young age, from your first year, basically implies that wages are quite closely connected to worker productivity. And if we view AI...
Wages connected to productivity? What type of fantastical world is this? Yeah, so no, wait. In theory, a worker should get paid for that extra value, but how many company structures have that? Maybe with sales? Bonuses? Only work the hours you produce surplus, bro. Easy. Yeah, fair enough. This is just watered down Marxism. So it's like they're basically describing like the labor theory of value and surplus value theory. And like the labor theory of value has been around forever, right? Like, you know, Adam Smith, they're all talking about it. It's nothing new, this idea that people produce value. Oh, sorry, labor produces value. It doesn't just come from anywhere. Labor produces value that wasn't there before. Thank God for humans. And so like the crown jewel here of this economic understanding, this deep science, is that wages should be connected to productivity. If worker produces $100, we can pay them up to $100. And the closer you get to that $100 mark, the more likely they will be to work for you. Very interesting. This is just warped, watered down Marxism. The problem is the oversaturation of workers in the market, oversaturation of workers in the market. don't like low wages, we'll hire someone else. We'll hire someone else. Hence why mass immigration is bad for workers. Interesting. Hence why having a large pool of workers is bad for workers. We just got to separate the class, the culture war language out there. So close to being a class analysis. Having too many workers is bad for workers because it pushes wages down. We just get rid of that mass migration. We're so close to dissecting and cutting out the culture wars. I know if my work offered an incentive like a bonus for kgs produced, I'd be more efficient. The issue would be moving into the next tax bracket and basically working for nothing.
From this perspective, this would strongly imply that AI should drive wages up for the very simple and obvious reason that AI, it is an improvement, whether you like it or not. I don't love it. It is an improvement on previously existing tools. Most of us are using it quite frequently now. I use it pretty much every day when I'm doing my research. AI has improved worker productivity. Economists tend to believe that, at least in the long run, worker productivity is the key driver of wages. So I think it's fair to say that amongst economists generally, they would say that any improved technology, including AI, should drive workers' wages up. So what we have here is like an interesting disagreement, in a sense, between the instinctive response, which is, well, AI is going to mean...
Sorry, it crept in, haha. Too many workers, migrants or not, is bad for workers. Even high birth rate is bad. I couldn't help but point it out. You know that's what I do. I don't know if there is a problem with having a large labor pool. We just don't all need to work 8+ hours a day. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We could share the load a little bit more. Very interesting.
Companies hire fewer workers, it's going to mean workers get laid off, and that's going to drive wages down. And the more common answer from economists, which is AI is going to improve worker productivity, and that should drive wages up. So we're going to discuss in this video which of those answers is correct. All right, so first we need to basically make the two cases in a little bit more clarity. So I'm going to start with the case that AI will reduce workers' wages. And I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I think this is a very instinctive and intuitive case. I think most of you, especially people who are younger in the job market, will have kind of seen it with your eyes, which is AI means that we don't need as much staff to do the same things. So, you know, I, for example, am using AI to do my research in many cases. I'm aware that often it is a bit shit and the answers it provides are a bit rubbish, but it is much quicker than previous research tools I might have used. So whereas in the past I might have been thinking more actively about maybe we should hire a researcher, I don't need that researcher now, and I'm not hiring as many workers. And people, it seems, are making these decisions all across the economy. A lot of businesses have less need for especially junior staff. At the moment, AI seems to be quite good at doing things like pretty badly, but incredibly easily, which is basically replacing low-level junior staff. We're not hiring the staff. That means there's loads of unemployed people, and especially young people, there's higher unemployment, and it's driving wages down. Like, it's a really obvious, intuitive, instinctive argument. So that's the case for AI is going to drive wages down. What is the case, which is more of a economic theoretical case for why AI might drive wages up? So this goes down to basically two things. First, we're going to cover the theoretical case, and then afterwards we're going to move on to the kind of like historical basis for why people and economists believe this. So the theoretical case is based on this idea that workers should be paid their marginal product. This is an economics term. Maybe we'll flash it up. I'm writing here, marginal product. And that means, marginal means like at the margin. So it means if me, a company owner, factory owner, biscuit factory owner, hires one more worker, if that worker is going to make me 100 biscuits, I'd better pay him the value of 100 biscuits. Otherwise, you know, I'm giving up...
I wonder if he went to the same, to explain this, he went to ChatGPT as well. And it was just like, instead of saying $100, I'll say 100 biscuits.
Because it's a competitive market. There's all these, you know, God knows the number of biscuit factories around here. If I don't hire that guy and pay him his 100 biscuits worth, someone else is going to come in under my nose and I'm going to lose like a big hot biscuit factory owner. And if I don't pay him that much, we live in a competitive market, someone's going to come in. So if suddenly, I'm paying all my biscuit makers 100.
KK, my accounting software I use for my business auto links all my invoices and my banking transactions now through AI. RIP bookkeepers. Yeah, there you go. I bet he did. Govan. A universal basic income in exchange for some sort of regimentation. A pacification effect. LMAO. Yeah. Universal basic income in exchange for some sort of regimentation. A pacification effect. Yeah. That is why I am against a UBI, for sure. Who needs their degrees when ChatGPT can sum it up faster? Just asking the hard questions. Not wrong.
Biscuits, you know, the equivalent a day, and then suddenly I've got new technology and these guys are making 150 biscuits. Well, if I don't raise their wages, somebody else is going to poach them from me, and then he's going to pay them 120 biscuits. He's going to get 33 biscuits for every worker, you know, and it's kind of based on this kind of, you know, Adam Smith, like freehand idea that basically, you know, if I don't pay those workers what they're going to make me, they're going to leave, you know, and if not, somebody's going to go out and make new factories. It's kind of based on this idea.
It's a pretty fucking shit notion, though. Like, do economists really believe this? If I don't pay workers exactly what they make me, they're going to leave. Like, what business has ever really made that decision? It's like, fuck, this worker makes like $50,000 for the organization a year. I better pay them $50,000. Like, is that really what economists believe actually happens? That's fucking crazy. Like, economists, I find, are just like, they just live in a completely different universe. Like, you don't even have to get one job, like in any field, to know that your employer wouldn't be able to actually make a business run if they actually paid everyone their true value. Like, they can't really believe in this stuff. It's supposed to be based on demand for worker value. LOL, no. Yeah, I guess so. This has existed for a long time now. Oh, it's pretty fucking dumb if they actually believe this stuff. All this talk about biscuits is making me hungry. Stop talking about biscuits.
You know, you have this thriving economy, you have this free market. If the workers are able to provide you that money, you should hire them. And, you know, it makes sense. You know, if I could hire a worker at 20 grand a year, or let's say 30 grand a year, and he's going to increase my revenue by 50 grand a year, I should hire him, right? And, you know, this basic free market ideas. And there is no doubt, I don't think anybody could realistically suggest that AI has not, at least to some degree, increased the average productivity of a lot of workers. You know, I think anybody who's working any sort of office job will be using it to at least some degree, and will consider it to have improved to some degree their productivity. So those are our two arguments, right? On the one hand, we don't need to hire so many workers. We're going to hire fewer workers. There's going to be more unemployed workers. That's going to drive wages down.
Anyone have an office job and believe that AI has increased their productivity? I would like to know. I would really like to know. During the nation building stage where the population and business are growing, it works, just not in the established high population societies. Businesses turn to monopolies and control titans. Interesting. Oh, don't do this. All right, let's have a look at this. I would like to know more. Is the idea in marginal productivity theory that workers do actually get paid the value that they produced for their employer? I am struggling to understand how economists would think that employers would actually pay a worker a wage that is identical to the amount of income they produce for the organization. Brief response, please. Corporations don't want to pay 10 mil for a systems upgrade already. I had a portfolio worth 26 million. And what were you in before? You did mention what your work used to be. Were you in real estate or something? Jag, I think AI has increased productivity in some aspects, but it's also created new problems. Yeah. Shifting some deck chairs on the Titanic. I can write emails faster, but now I have extra tasks to do. Or they just don't hire as many people, so I got more work to do. Short answer, the theory doesn't say firms want to pay workers exactly what they produce. It says competition can push wages towards that level. Competition being key. In marginal productivity theory, firms hire workers to make profit. Each worker adds some extra revenue, their marginal product. If the worker is paid less than that value, the firm can profit by hiring more of them. If paid more, the firm loses money and comes back hiring. This is not rocket science stuff here. In a highly competitive market, this process pushes wages towards the value of workers' marginal product in a highly competitive market. With two key clarifications. It's a tendency, not a guarantee. Real world factors, bargaining power, unions, minimum wages, imperfect competition means wages often differ from productivity. It's about the last unit of output, not the total. Workers can produce far more total value than their wage. The theory is about the extra, the marginal contribution, not the whole pie. I don't understand that. Please explain this as you would to a 12-year-old. Competition and demand. Insurance, that's right. You did say that yesterday. Intermediated, so I dealt with brokers only. Competition and demand. Our company is generating a shit ton more code, but now there is bottleneck in reviewing that code because humans can only review so much. Interesting. And I'm in SA, so small fry compared to New South Wales and Victoria. Fair enough. Okay, think of this. Imagine a pizza shop. I love it when they do this. I'm imagining a pizza shop. Okay. The shop already has 3 workers making pizza. The owner has 1 more worker, the extra worker. How much extra money does that new worker help the shop make? Maybe with 3 workers, they make $300 a day. With the 4th worker, they make $80. So the extra workers value added is $80. Here's the key idea. Economists say that workers' wages will be based on that extra $80, not the whole. The worker's wage. So this extra dude, or lass, or anyone in between, is worth $80. The worker might get paid around $70 to $80, not the full amount the shop makes. The owner only paid, why not pay them less? If the owner only paid them $40, the owner is getting $80 in the value of, is getting $80 of value for a $40 crowd. Great deal. So they'd want to hire more workers like that. But as they hire more workers, each new worker adds less and less value. They start getting in each other's way. Eventually the extra value drops to around what the wage is. And hiring stops there. It's not you get paid for everything you produce. It's you get paid for the extra value you add as one worker. That's what they mean by marginal. Okay. Overpopulation and monopolization have caused a slow decay of perfect competition. Monopolization for sure. Overpopulation, I don't know. I'm still not convinced by that thing. The idea of there being too many workers out there. Imperfect competition rules now. Monkey, bring back lots of bananas to Great Ape. Great Ape then gives Monkey half of bananas. That is the best explanation so far. So good. Grads straight out of uni. We're on 80K starting, no experience. Well, obviously they make way much more value, even as grads, than 80K apparently. Unless, if they didn't, the whole capitalist system would come crumbling down.
On the other hand, this technology has increased worker productivity. So there's all these workers out there that are potentially more productive. So I should hire them, and it will make me profitable. So these are the two horses in the race. You know, it displaces workers, drives wages down.
But it's not just too many workers oversaturating the work market. We can see evidence of overpopulation in inflation rates. It's definitely an issue. Not for the wonderful system that is capitalism and its productive forces. A bit of extra population just means a better consumer base, higher demand, more production, more profits. Like, you know, I speculate when people start speaking about overpopulation, like the productive capacity of capital and capitalism should be able to easily integrate more people without there being fucking crises like inflation problems. The market's supposed to figure that out. Well, yeah, just more market for capitalism. Yeah. Not for the first 3 years. They're just learning the business. It's BS. Well, then imagine how much they really do once they've learned the business, right? How much value they really produce for that company. Enough to compensate for hiring all these useless grads. It's definitely driven by greed and deliberate class warfare. Yes. Love it when people use that word. Say class warfare again.
Increases worker productivity, it drives wages up. So I think amongst economists, the more popular view in general, and obviously not all economists agree, is probably this idea that in the vast majority of cases, improved technology drives wages up. And I think perhaps a popular stance is this idea that in the short run, it can do this thing, which I think we are kind of obviously seeing now, of displacing workers and maybe causing a bit of like friction in the short term. But in the long run, it's good for society to allow new technologies to come in. And if we do that, if we just allow it to come in the long run, everything will sort itself out and wages will go up. And I think this is like a broadly popular idea amongst economists. Not everybody will agree. Now let's talk about the historical reasons why this point of view has become so popular. So I think the popularity of this view is largely down to people looking back at the Industrial Revolution. Now the chance we talk about history on this channel. So for those who don't know, the Industrial Revolution is a period in particularly British history, but also world history, where basically people at the time, but it was largely focused in Britain, invented a lot of new ways to make things that were more efficient. In particular, we mechanized manufacturing.
Step 1, steal underwear. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. I don't know why this is reminding me of the underpants though. So good. Gervin, I'm not impressed with this guy. Oh man, this guy is like, he is a god to many people, I think. Because like he has this really kind of boiled down and simplistic way to fix all of the problems of, I guess, capitalism and social democracies. It's like just tax the rich more and we'll have more of that wealth to fix all of the problems that we have at the moment. And like people love him for it. I'm not impressed. Wow. So does he not come up on your feed at all, Govin? I mean, they were law grads, accountants, economic grads. Personality goes a long way, though you can't teach that. Interesting.
And we created basically the idea of the factory. So whereas before the Industrial Revolution, most like manufactured goods would have been made by like expert artisans who, you know, they make everything like themselves from scratch using like skills that they got from their dad and their dad's dad and their dad's dad or whatever. In the Industrial Revolution, we basically invented like the factory, which means we create specialized, we split the role of making a thing into like a lot of very
This is like what he's talking about here is like literally a summary of like volume 1, Das Kapital. If anyone's read it before, Karl Marx, Das Kapital volume 1. He's explaining the transition from manufacturing to factory, so industrial production. And it's like, it's very, very Marxist. I wonder, like, he doesn't say ever, I don't think he's ever really said he's a Marxist, but like this is just, it's like he's reading from volume 1. It's crazy. It's all about relationships.
Specialized roles, and we create machinery that enables one person to do that specific role like a million times in a day, and we create this sort of factory system. We split the roles up, specialized roles, and you have this factory and you have this like assembly line process. And all of this new machinery is created, and it enormously, like, it changed the world. It enormously increased the productivity of society, of everyone. It means that the amount of biscuits, or for some reason often matchsticks are used in the example, the amount of or pins or needles or anything that could be made by 100 people in a day or a month increased, maybe 50 times. Massive increase in the ability of humans to create manufactured products quickly. So whenever we discuss how does technology affect living standards and affect wages, most economists' minds will immediately go back to, well, what happened in the Industrial Revolution? Because this is probably the biggest.
First impression, no clue who he is. Another fancy lad with no charisma. Or limited, lol. When he starts to slam people that try and step into his territory and stuff like that, it's good to see him shut people down, because he doesn't do it like a douchebag. But he's just like, I'm right. You're just awful. You don't know what you're saying. You're just wrong. And like, he'll take him on. So he can get a bit charismatic in that sense. Not that I have to defend him at all, but just for your knowledge.
Example in human history of rapid improvement in technology and human productivity. So how did that affect wages? How did that affect living standards? And I think the way that modern people and modern economists tend to think about this is probably best explained by talking about the Luddites. So there's a group of people during the Industrial Revolution who are known as the Luddites. And the way that these guys have entered popular consciousness is this term, to be a Luddite, has basically become shorthand as to be somebody who kind of impotently and maybe kind of stupidly perhaps tries to resist the inevitable path of human progress towards improved technology. And you can go and read about the Luddites if you want. I think this is probably perhaps a little bit of a simplification of what they did. But the basic idea is technology was improving incredibly rapidly in this period of time in Britain, 1700s, 1800s. And
abstraction gets old? What do you mean? Like in relation to what he's saying? Or I would like to know more.
In the particular case of the Luddites, these were a group of people who I believe were making cloth. So like in most of these other cases, it used to be made by artisans, and now suddenly it's being made in factories by people who don't necessarily need that much skill in particular, because they're just, each individual step of the process has been separated. It has its specific machinery. And what this meant was all of these people who had these, generations of expertise in making cloth are losing.
The Amish aren't feeling the gas prices as he talks about Luddites.
Their jobs, they're suddenly being paid much worse. And there was a resistance movement in England based on these Luddites where they would get together and they would secretly break into the factories and they would destroy this machinery basically. And it's often looked back at as well, yeah, these guys, they're unhappy because their wages were going down. But at the end of the day, improved technology is always good. And we can obviously see
I think they were actually unhappy as well about the fact that a machine was replacing them extensively. And because they existed as wage workers, they saw the writing on the wall. And they knew that if they could make a machine that could do the job of 8 workers before, and then they made another machine they could do the job of 16 workers, and then 32 workers. Very soon you just need one person minding a machine, and all of their jobs would be fucking gone. And so it wasn't just because their wages were going down. It was actually because they were being completely wiped out by machinery. And they believed in there being some type of human element in production. For authenticity purposes, the quality was different of the output. But like largely they saw the writing on the wall that they were going to be completely displaced. And so like traditional, and that's why I think he's brought this up, because there are many people that are worried about AI because they think it's going to wipe out workers. And like you have many people that argue like, well, if you wipe out workers and you don't have people earning any money, then you don't have anyone to buy goods and services. And then there's no goods and services being bought, and the whole economy comes crashing down. So like, do we protect us all, not just the workers, but like the entire economy, by not eradicating workers? Is that a Luddite view? Potentially. But in that system, what market is this one guy and his machines selling to? Yes, that's the thing. No one would have income to spend. And hence why the biggest advocates right now for the UBI are the tech lords, the people that are producing AI. They're just like, oh, we understand that we're going to get enormous windfalls and we're going to be like mega billionaires. If not, we'll be the trillionaires soon. And we'll happily have a tax on us so we can redistribute some of the crumbs to pay for a UBI. They'll get their money and they'll distribute it to us plebs somehow. Don't worry, just because there won't be workers doesn't mean there's not going to be anyone still being able to buy things. That'll happen. It'll still happen. And the livery of Indian freedom is the spinning wheel. An alternate system would just rise without them. Yeah, not if everyone's comfortable on a UBI. I think. Then it's Skynet time.
Now, talking in the 21st century, living standards here in the UK and much of the world are enormously better than they were, 200, 150 years ago. And we look back at these people and say, like,
I'm here for the revolution.
We understand that they were opposed to the way things were going at the time, and things were tough for them, but basically improved technology is always good in the long run for everyone. So
can't wait to pass go and collect my 200. Yeah, good luck. That's what UBI will boil down to. Human worker revolution. Just to be precise.
Just sort of grin and bear it and stick it out. And I think this is often the way that economists, and to be honest, not even just economists, like society in general, looks at people who look at new technologies and see that they're displacing workers, and they see that it's maybe driving wages down for some big groups of people, very similar to what's happening in AI now. And they say, look, don't oppose it, because if you look back at the Industrial Revolution, people opposed it then, and isn't it obvious now in hindsight that those improvements in technology benefited everyone? But I think this reading of the Industrial Revolution, which was, it might have caused a bit of friction, economists love this term friction, in the short term, but in the long run it was better for everyone, is perhaps like a little bit misleading and a little bit oversimplified. So let's talk a little bit about the Industrial Revolution and what happened and how it happened. So the Industrial Revolution was like a massive change in the way that the world works and the way it started in Britain and the way that Britain works. And it happens in the context of this enormous shift in the work that people were doing in this country. So up until the Industrial Revolution, the majority, I want to say vast majority of workers in this country and in the world were basically farmers. They're working in food production, and they're spread across the country because you need to have farmers like wherever there is land, and in a country like Britain, which has fertile land almost everywhere.
I wonder if this is just what he learned as an economist, or if this is just his own stuff, like if they all learn about this history of industrialization in economic schools across the Western world, because this is fucking not word for word, but like this is the exact summary of volume 1 of Das Kapital. Do you think the reaction of where will they get consumers a byproduct is a byproduct of commodity fetishism, in the sense that people immediately jump to thinking about the consumer impact instead of organizing around the power that labor has. Interesting. Commodity fetishization being the mysticism surrounding where a product comes from. It's produced by workers and has value that is intrinsically tied to the means of production and the value, the surplus value that's created by the worker. And so, like, where will we get the consumer as a byproduct of commodity fetishism, in the sense that people immediately jump to thinking about the consumer impact instead of organizing it? Yes. Yeah, I think that people are fully conscious. For some reason, we're way more conscious about economics and what's good for the economy today than we are about our class interests. And so, yeah, people's thoughts aren't like, oh, we better, while we have the power of labor, we should do something about this and like organize ourselves to make a better world. That, like, you know, instead of having UBI, we change our change our constitutions to make sure we all have human rights. So fuck UBI. Why don't we make sure that, like, it's constitutional right, it's a human right in our country to have housing, food, free education, free healthcare, all inclusive. So society has to provide that. And so, like, we don't actually need money as much as we need at the moment, because we don't have to spend money on housing, education, healthcare, and it's all at a good quality and a good standard. So, like, yeah, if we worked out and saw the writing on the wall, instead of like, oh, how will we be able to pay for all the things we need, like housing, education, healthcare, etc., how will we be able to pay for this stuff? Yes, I think people are highly attuned in a highly commercialized world where we're, you know, hit up with advertising just non-stop, and like, did you know that you could buy this and your life will be better? I think we're way more attuned to know that, like, oh fuck, if AI comes and takes all of our jobs, then how are we going to pay for anything? Because we need money to survive, right? So, like, yes, if we were more thinking about, like, oh, you know, our value is as working people and they need us now while we're still workers, we could set up a system right now to make sure that, like, when AI comes in and does displace all the workers or something, we're all fucking protected as humans, as like a society. And we're not just a working class anymore. We're just participants in a society. I think it's definitely a product of our commercialized training. We live in a hyper-consumer society, and so all we think about is, like, being good consumers and being the right type of consumer. And so, like, when something threatens our baseline, which is like, oh fuck, how are we going to get an income to consume? Our first thought is like, but where will they get all the consumers? What will they do without us? It's almost like, instead of we thinking of ourselves as workers, like having working class consciousness, we're trained to think of ourselves as consumers. And like commodity fetishism, that is a fucking incredible link, isn't it? In the sense that, like, commodity fetishism makes us think about what we're buying and consuming on the market having its own value for some reason, and us having absolutely no awareness that its value is actually linked to the fact it was, like, made somewhere, and the value is really limited to, like, it had these inputs, it had this labor go into it. That's pretty much the cost of the commodity, and everything else outside of that is just mysticism and bullshit. It's pretty interesting. Right. Commodity fetishism. So what do we do when AI takes all of our jobs? Just party all the time? I guess, with our UBIs, right? Just going to party all the time. You know what we're going to be doing? We're going to be, like, in a techno-feudal landscape when, like, something like that happens. We're just going to be, like, not partying all the time. We're going to be, like, Netflixing all the time. Or, like, on your favorite streaming platform of choice all the time. And like there won't be actors and stuff anymore. It will just be AI on demand. Be like, I feel like watching a TV series today about a duck who saves us all from Hitler. And then like AI will just produce an entire television series for you to binge in a day. And like you'll pay for your subscription to that service through your UBI. So like, I don't know, partying all the time makes it sound too social for me, Hobo Joe. The world he's describing where AI takes over, there won't be much socialization going on, that's for sure. Heidi the Sausage, insurance was really a communist concept. Everyone puts in money, and if someone's house burns down, the collective rebuilds it. The community is all that matters, not profits. Yeah, right. Yes, maybe conceptually. They own us, never satisfied. Told ya, us greedy humans like our things too much? I don't know. LOL. I don't know. We're definitely conditioned in that sense. 100%. No argument there. Is it human nature, though? That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 trillion question.
People everywhere, everybody's farming, different kinds of farming, and they're making food. And just before the Industrial Revolution starts, you have these laws of enclosure, the enclosure laws, which is a change in the way that farming is managed in this country. So up until then, there was a system of, there was common land, which everybody could use to graze their animals, and some laws have changed, which benefits landowners, hurts ordinary people, which basically say, you can't use this common land anymore, that's owned by the landowner. And it means that suddenly a lot of farmers don't have access to land, and they have to leave their farms, and they have to go to the cities, and it creates this massive pool of basically impoverished, unemployed ex-farmers who don't have any work, and they have to go to the cities. In many ways, it's a bit similar to what we've seen in some parts of
We just ride kangaroos around and go to the beach? I don't know. Like I said, we have to sit in our little virtual worlds and be like, AI, help me. Make a situation where I can virtually ride on a kangaroo all day long and go to the beach. And then you'll plug in yourself to your little virtual world and you'll go and do that. Just for the shiniest rock.
Industrializing Europe, where people, they used to live in these industrial towns, those industrial industries have collapsed, and those people, especially young people, are forced to move to like bigger cities to get work. So we had this thing happening in the late 1700s in England, which saw all of these workers flood to the towns. And a lot of people suggest that this is one of the reasons why the Industrial Revolution happened. Because suddenly you have all of these unemployed workers, which means that you can create a massive factory. The factories that are being built during the Industrial Revolution, some of them are massive, and you can easily hire, however many people you need, 50, 100 people, because wages are incredibly low, there's a large amount of unemployed people looking for jobs, and it creates the potential basically to build these factories. In the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, I think it is pretty much unanimously accepted that people were living lives in these factories, in these cities, which were pretty hellish. So not to like romanticize the lives these guys were previously living as farmers. I'm sure they had their difficulties. We're talking about
no stress, just good vibes, like Woodstock, man. Yeah, take me back to Woodstock virtually. That's what our life is going to be soon. We should listen to Chris Hedges talk, American Anomaly, or The Politics of Cultural Despair. It's dark but inspiring too. I can't place you. What's your politics, Jovan? Like, you listen to Chris Hedges, but like some of the commentary you're making about like Islamists, I guess, this morning, where do I place you? Yeah, fucking Chris Hedges all the way. We were listening to Chris Hedges like just before I went on leave, I'm pretty sure. Wow. Yeah, look, I'm all for listening to Chris Hedges. We've done it before, and we'll do it again. Sorry, censored comments about the shiniest rock, I'm assuming. That's the question. Human nature or not? But we have a pretty long history of violence going all the way back to bonking each other on the head with sticks and stones for the shiniest rock. Okay, that's where the shiniest rock thing came from. Okay, look, is violence human nature? Okay, fair enough. I don't know, like violence is different, I would say, than just assuming that everybody is greedy. by default. I think all organisms, or like the organisms, like mammals particularly, because of the dichotomy between males and females in reproductive processes, they do engage in violent behavior for that purpose. But yeah, like when it comes to things like people just saying everyone's greedy by default, that's just a human setting, so get over it. And it's a predominant one at that. I always find that objectionable. Male nature, maybe not human nature. That's so good. He's an interesting guy, long-time war correspondent, author, scholar. I do disagree with him on that one subject, Israel, Palestine. Bless him. Interesting. It's crazy that you're able to, not many people can do that. You're able to actually listen to someone and appreciate them, even if you disagree with them on Israel/Palestine, because that's a big issue to disagree with someone on. Food, shelter, sex. Here it is. He went to Harvard Divinity School, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because he's like a preacher or whatever they call them. Not a priest, right? What did they call them? I don't know. A pastor, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, he's a great guy. If you have any, are you on Discord? His dad was a preacher. Okay. But yeah, if you're on Discord and you have any suggestions for rid of hedges, let us know.
300 years ago now, it's before I was born. But these guys are flooding into cities. They're working incredibly long days, 14-hour, 16-hour days, 6 days a week, in cities in factories which have no safety restrictions. Deaths are not uncommon. So I used to live not far from here in Bow, East London, in what used to be the biggest matchstick factory in the world. And the people who used to work there, if they worked there for too long, their jaws would slowly start to disappear because they were working with this dangerous chemical, white phosphorus, and you couldn't stay there for too long because your jaw would disappear. And that's specific to the matchstick factories, but these kinds of incredibly unsafe working environments in the factories were very common.
He's got to be
because of this enormous movement.
This is exactly, well, not a Marxist, but he's read volume 1 of Das Kapital. Marx uses the exact same an example of the matchstick stuff to paint a picture of how horrible the conditions of the working class are.
People to the cities and the enormous growth in industries and factories. The cities became incredibly crowded, incredibly dirty, incredibly polluted. Disease and death were common. I wasn't around then, but I think it's pretty much generally accepted that at the very least for the first sort of, maybe 100 years of the Industrial Revolution, people were living in pretty hellish environments. They've been moved from the kind of rural life that they would have lived for maybe thousands of years into living in incredibly crowded, dirty, polluted cities, working incredibly long days in incredibly dangerous environments. And that happens. This is not...
This is the chapter on the working day. Yeah, well... It's almost incredible. He's followed the incomplete timeline. So I wonder if he's one of those people. I've often thought about this with my contact. I was like, look, people hate the word Marx and they don't like Marxism or communism and all that sort of stuff. Why don't you just tell the story and bring up the ideas, but just don't call it Marxist stuff or communist stuff or any of that evil lefty shit. Just don't label it and just say the story. And then people will just listen to it and be like, oh, well, that's fascinating. As long as they don't think it's attached to anything, then they might give it a go. Maybe that's what this guy does. He's like, I'll just pass on volume 1 of Das Kapital. And if people have an adverse reaction to Marx, they won't, if they don't know it, they won't be scared of it. Wealth distribution, we have a broken system. Exactly.
We can look at it from the perspective and say, oh, well, in the end, it worked out all right. That's 100 years of people living like that. And you don't really start to see...
It's kind of what Shay did. Interesting. You must be deep into that book at the moment, right? But he did spend a lot of, from what I remember from that book, it was a long time ago reading that, he spent a lot of time debating Marxism in Mexico, I'm pretty sure, and with others. But he didn't ram it down people's throats exactly. But he would speak about it with other Marxists and debate it a lot. but then he just took those ideas. It's interesting.
Like broad living standards for ordinary people.
Typical dirty commie trying to trick us. Hey, whatever works, man. I also find collectivism fascinating. Like one chimpanzee will likely share food with another if they see them suffering, sometimes even intergroup, but collectively giving access to your trees to another group, too great a risk. Yeah, it's interesting. Leads to collective greed. Very interesting. So you don't hand over the source of the value, but you can share it when you feel like it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Until sort of towards the end of the 1800s. But I've often told the story of my grandma, who was born in, I think, possibly 1927. So 100 years ago, next year. She's living in the early 1900s. So even then, sort of just off the back end of the Industrial Revolution, my grandma was born and raised in London, and I think 3 or 4 of her siblings died of tuberculosis, which is a disease of poverty. I think it's fair to say, even in the 1920s, you are seeing pretty...
Individuals alone tend to share more, just in general. How does someone who's by themselves and alone share with anyone? How does that work? Groups become miserly. Interesting. Yeah, when we were in the midst of the revolution, when they were in the midst of the revolution, he was educating his troops, but didn't speak directly on Marxism or socialism because of the negative stigma it had/has. Yeah. Chimps are angry. We should be more like bonobos. They are kind. Yeah, why do we always pick chimps to compare ourselves to? Why can't we pick out some other type of monkey? Stupid chimps. Oh, they know. They're so smug.
Extreme poverty being really pretty common for, half, if not more, majority of people, even right at the end of the Industrial Revolution. So, even 150 years later, you're still seeing really broad poverty being the norm in Britain, in London. So in the very heart, the capital city of the Industrial Revolution. So I think this idea that you look back and you say, oh, well, things work out in the end, is pretty naive, right? Because we had, 50, 100 years of hell for workers. That, to be honest, doesn't really get seriously resolved. There's some questions about how the living standards.
Charlie and Woody in the house. Chimps have funny butts. I think that's enough of a reason. That's funny. You guys should watch some Billy Graham classics, half an hour long excerpts from his crusades or the revival events at various stadiums. It's interesting. His story is interesting like Hedges. Again, are you on Discord with us? Please, if you find anything worth watching, tag me for this Billy Graham. It's a matriarchal society too. What? Bonobos? We can't have that. A matriarchal society. Outrageous. What is it that fucking Jordan Peterson says? Communism is obviously a feminist thing. It works out when women are in charge or something because it's all about like egalitarian motherly stuff. But like real societies that are patriarchal, that's where shit gets done. So like we can't have communism because it's too feminine or whatever his argument is. I just have my phone, lol. Okay, fair enough. Well, link here. And I'll copy and paste it somewhere, if you can link stuff. Sometimes Jordan Peterson is smart, but a lot of the time he's just off in his own world, to be honest. Yeah, like when it comes to like his self-improvement stuff, I think that's it's good advice. But like when he gets into the realm of politics, he can be such a fuckwit, honestly. LOL, I can't think of Jordan now without picturing his face getting brushed.
And seriously improving towards the end of the 1800s. But I think it's fair to say you don't really start to see these serious living standard improvements filter through to ordinary working people until after the Second World War, which is, nearly 200 years after the Industrial Revolution starts. So I think the idea that this is just going to resolve itself, it took 200 years. Do you want, 200 years of hell? Is it worth it? So I think this rather naive assumption, which is often made by people who are benefiting from the status quo, that things are just going to resolve themselves, is not really at all borne out by history. And if we look at the periods in time when living standards increased and when they didn't increase, the big improvement happens after World War II. And when does that happen? When we see really, really significant decrease in inequality. And that comes at the culmination of really...
Oh, yes, sorry, this is his big thing. For people that aren't familiar with him, it's inequality in wealth distribution. That's his big case. Where's Rave making pork for her mister? Eh? But that's not a euphemism. You mean actually she's making pork, right? For her mister. Yeah, Jordan should have left it at self-help. His advice was all right, but the religious and political stuff, bruh. Yeah, I know, right? And he's anti-climate change. He also hates women. That's what I'm saying. Like, his talk on communism being like this feminine energy thing, and only women could think of a system like that, so it'll never work, or like could work effectively in a system like that, so it would never work. I was like, come on, bro, seriously. It's fun to chat art, music, and history, and theology, and ideology, and whatever, the good stuff. What do you mean? Believe. You're still here, Dilemmas. Good work.
Like 200 years of workers' movements. And I think this is the other part of the story, which is often neglected to be discussed, right? And when we talk about, does technology improve living standards? Will AI improve living standards? Did the Industrial Revolution improve living standards? So the Industrial Revolution creates this really unusual and particular world where, because the method of manufacturing, which was like pioneered here in Britain in the 1700s, in the 1800s, was so much technically superior to previous methods, in a relatively short period of time, these new factories basically displace and replace not just the artisanal workers of Britain, but the artisanal workers of the entire world. So I think I've got the number here. Yeah, so the matchstick factory, which I briefly lived in up in Bow in East London, which is one of these enormous Victorian industrial revolution factories, was producing 300 million matches a day. One single factory in East London. And this is just one single factory. Like, the story of Britain at the time is factories go up all over the country, and it was happening also in places like the Netherlands and Belgium, but really initially Britain is the heart of this. These factories go up all over the country. They can produce manufactured goods cheaper than anyone.
All right. Thank you very much, legend. Again, thank you. Hey. Critical hit. Thank you very much. You're a legend. Goes a long way. Helps a lot. Thanks for the support. Onya. I'm making some pickled pork for the women in my life right now. Like in the slow cooker for my mum and my dad. Okay, good. Another... Just checking, it's not a euphemism for anything here. Good on you. Thank you, Govan, you legend.
Else across the world, and combined with British colonialism, British imperialism, these guys spread across the world. They force basically everyone in the world to trade with them. Nobody can compete with them. And what happens is artisans all over the world, all over the entire world, lose their jobs. And it creates a very particular situation, right? Because if we have this situation where, as we discussed, human productivity has enormously increased, and yet wages and living standards for the people who are working in the factories are still very low, there is this question of like, where has all of that extra production gone? Because we're obviously producing like enormously more now with the same number of workers, but the workers are still like having their jaws disappear and living in desperate poverty, where has the production gone? Where has that excess gone? And the answer is, it starts to create like an unbelievably wealthy British, like elite industrialist class.
China.
And that creates like a pretty interesting power dynamic, right? So, this is in the context of the British Empire, which took over like half the world. It's forcing other countries to trade with them, even though other countries know that they can't compete because they don't have the factories. The British workers are not getting a very good deal, but the British elite are starting to make like just unbelievably enormous amounts of money. And this creates an environment where the British workers, in particular the British factory workers, start to become quite powerful, even though they're being, or perhaps specifically because they're being kind of horrifically underpaid. Because you have a situation where the elites are making enormous amounts of money on the basis of these factories that are producing manufactured goods for the entire world, but the only people who are able to work in those factories are British people. This is before mass immigration towards Europe, towards Britain. So you have a situation where basically the workers in these factories, they're much more concentrated than they've ever been historically. They're no longer like spread across the British countryside. They're being squashed together in these cities.
This is a really interesting summary, okay? I'm finding right here, this idea of workers' power, or where the idea of workers' power comes and their revolutionary potential. I think he is explaining this nicely, actually. Like it's simple. It's simple. It's not convoluted. He's just getting down to the basics here. So if you want to know where workers are supposed to get their power from, there was a time where like the proletariat, the industrial workers and stuff like that, the capitalist classes in England, let's say, who were, just making absolute bank because they control basically the entirety of world trade. But they did that via the homeland, and they employed workers at home in England. So those workers, once they realized their power, became incredibly powerful if they could organize themselves collectively. So this is Marx's revolutionary theory right here coming out. But like this is obviously in the context of the production was being done in the same place where these people were living. So like the English capitalist class, the people that were benefiting from all the production also lived in the same place where all the production was happening. And so these workers were also in the same place. So they're all in this place together. So you could literally have workers that were like, oh, I know who the capitalists are and I'm going to overthrow them. And like, I guess this theory on workers' revolution happening in England and the most advanced capitalist countries at the time is in a context of everyone being in the same country, let's say. Whereas now it's completely different. These workers of the world are spread out across the world now. And like you don't exactly know who the capitalist class is that is controlling you. It could be someone who be part of a transnational corporation who's headed, I don't know, in Ireland or some in the Cayman Islands or something like that. So you'll never be able to physically oppose your capitalist class because they're probably on the other side of the planet from you. It's an interesting little talk he's giving here. I can't believe he's tying this all into AI. It's interesting. Yeah, he's done well. This is the third complex theory he's breaking down. So a 5-year-old could understand. Yeah. Heidi, Elon's dad had an emerald mine, stolen that, slave labor, bang, billionaire. Hey, who would have thought, hey?
Squashed together in these factories, they're being horrifically underpaid. Their bosses are making like absolutely billions and billions and billions. And they have this like power leverage, which is if they like go on strike, they can shut the factories down. And those factories are making an absolute fortune for the owners. And it creates this situation where basically you see the birth, I would say like the birth of the first really serious labor movement. And it isn't really until these labor movements that decide, we're going to fight together, we're going to use strikes, we're going to force higher pay from our workers. It isn't until those labor movements start to become established, like later on, towards the end of the Industrial Revolution, that you start to see any improvements in living standards at all. And it isn't until you see the really significant redistribution of wealth in the immediate aftermath of World War II that you see like the really significant improvements. So I think that this reading, which is like, just don't worry, everything works out well in the end, is incredibly naive, to be honest, and fails to recognize the fact that were it not for these worker movements, I think it's very, very possible that living standards would never have increased. And I think when we take this idea that, oh, don't worry, technology always works out fine in the end, I think there is a worry that this idea is based a little bit on a particularly Eurocentric reading of the Industrial Revolution, because Europe plays a very specific role in the Industrial Revolution, which is that is where the factories are, right? But the European factories don't just displace British and European workers, they replace workers all over the world. And you know, if you look at what happened in India at this time, there's this explosion.
It's also fascinating that AI is finally bringing this conversation to the surface. No one cares till it's about to happen to them too. Yes, that's a factor, isn't it? Hey, middle and upper class, welcome to the shit show. We should be freaking out way more already. Yeah. I wish I could stick around, but I just got done with a coding job. Now I've got to move on to a diesel machine tuning and maintenance. I really miss hanging out live for the insights here. Good luck. Good luck. I'm sure we will see you again soon. Hopefully tomorrow, if you can come for some Far Right Fridays. Good luck, Kali Wayoti. Heidi, I think the Aboriginals were very happy with their living standard before the Brits invaded. I'm actually in uni doing software engineering in AI, so I can do open source stuff. Fuck. She could stick around. Hey, you would have some incredible insights on all of this. And he's like only just warming up. He hasn't even explained, I think. He's just trying to get to what his point. I'd like to know your insights. Good luck, Kali Woti.
Absolute explosion in unemployment in India because the Indian workers are being displaced by the British factories. And if we look at that, you know, you can do your own research on it, but you know, there's terrible famines where millions of people die, you know, not just one of them. You know, this happens in India, and it obviously happens in Ireland. You know, from the perspective of the British worker, okay, it took 150 years, but eventually living standards got better. But you know, India is still an incredibly poor country from the perspective of an average person, even today. You know, obviously living standards have improved to some degree in the last 20, 30 years, but you know, the average Indian worker, even to this day, is living in, like, by Western standards, pretty extreme poverty. So I think that this view, that you don't need to worry, things will just get better, is phenomenally naive. I think it fails to recognize how living standards have remained bad pretty much permanently in most of the world, and also that really there were no improvements in broad living standards until and unless we saw serious redistribution or serious workers' movements. When we look at AI today, I think if you want to see whether it'll improve wages or not, the question is basically, how are we going to deal with distribution, and are there going to be workers' movements to protect your share of the pie? But if this is the case I'm making, that improved technologies like AI don't necessarily improve living standards and can reduce wages and living standards in a really long-term sustained basis, we do need to challenge that by going back to what we discussed at the beginning and trying to understand how can that be true when it's paired up against the theory, the economic theory, that improved productivity should in general always improve living standards. So this idea that if productivity increases and I don't pay my workers more, that some other factory owner is going to come in, build a factory, hire my workers, you know, outbid me for worker pay and take a load of profit out of my company, is basically based on this idea that you can just come in and massively increase your production. And the reason this doesn't necessarily work is because you cannot rush in and massively increase production unless you have a strong consumer that you can sell to. So if we look back at the Industrial Revolution, the only reason that this really worked, the only reason that one small country was able to build factories so much that it created essentially all of the manufactured goods for the entire world, is because it had this entire world to expand into. And obviously it's tied into, you know, British expansionism and British colonialism and the British Army, and in many cases the British Navy was forcing other countries to trade with it. This worked because Britain was basically able to take over the world. Like the owners of the factories, they can only rapidly build more and more factories if they have somebody to sell to. And in the case of the initial industrial revolution, this effectively creates colonialism, and it creates that rush of Britain to take over the entire world. And if we look at the more recent industrial revolution, which we have seen in the last, say, 30 years in China, the only reason that industrial revolution has worked is because it has happened in the context of a large, wealthy, wealth-owning Western middle class that has been willing and able to buy all of these cheaply produced Chinese goods. So you can only really rapidly expand and rapidly hire all of these workers if you have a customer that is willing to basically give you its wealth.
So what are we hearing here? That like marginal productivity only works in an actual market that has competition. So if you don't pay your workers enough, somebody else is just going to come and open up another factory or business like yours, and then they're going to poach all your workers. But like that only exists in a system where there's enough people to absorb the products of two businesses competing with each other over workers producing the same shit. So the idea that there's enough competition in a marketplace to be able to offer workers actual competitive wages that is close to the stuff that they produce is potentially a fallacy. Hey, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Like all of these economists' kind of predictions happens in this worldview that there is actual market competition out there. Very interesting. They relied on colonialism to feed materials from around the world. Sorry, they relied on colonialism to feed materials from around the world into manufacturing. But like cyclically, they took the resources to feed into their manufacturing. Once they manufactured that stuff, then they pushed those products onto these people as consumer markets. So it was like it was a recycling process, I guess you would say. We'll take your resources and we'll get your people to labor in those resources, earn a wage. So then when we take it back to the homeland to produce something with our manufacturing machine, then we can push those products onto you. And you can buy that stuff because your people are laboring away on the resources we're extracting from you. Exactly what they did with offshoring. One company upskills worker, another company comes in and offers $2 more an hour and thanks their workers, gets their workers. Tall Pine, back for some more. How you going? I watched a Greek YouTuber's video on his India vacation. It's called Inside India's Everest of Trash. Crazy the pollution there. Gangs? You said gangs, right? And gangs their workers. Got it. Yeah, we watched some interesting stuff about like how stuff is produced in India and Bangladesh as well. Yeah. Crazy conditions for the workers and crazy, like, let's say, problems with rubbish disposal and waste management, to put it lightly. And by doing that, they put the other country in debt and print more money through resources extraction, which leads to further colonialism through corporate takeover, kind of like Australia. Oh, I'm old. Gank is take. Okay, I have not used that word before. Thank you for enlightening me. Thank you very much. Had some butchering to do. Is that a euphemism? What's going on here? The air pollution is wild there too. Yeah, fuck.
So in the case of the first industrial revolution, the British or the European industrial revolution, what you see there is the British and European elites rapidly take possession of basically all of the wealth in the entire world. And what you see in the second industrial revolution, the Chinese industrial revolution, is industrialists rapidly taking the wealth of the Western middle class. So you can only do this rapid expansion that drives wages up in the context of there being a big customer that is able and willing to give up its wealth and spend its money. But do
Sure you were. No, I was really butchering some pork. Come on.
Have that. Now, do we have a group of people somewhere that is willing and able to respond to this massive increase, or this potential? Obviously at this point we don't know how big AI is going to be, but let's assume it does create a huge increase in productivity. Is there a group of people in our society that is able and willing and able to respond to that by massively increasing its spending? And the answer is basically no. We are existing in very slowly growing economies where governments are incredibly cash strapped. The working class has effectively no excess money to spend. The middle class is struggling even to buy things like, the middle class is struggling to buy things like property, which means you have increasingly cash-strapped society where all of the excess spending is this very, very, very wealthy class. And they are unlikely to massively increase their spending, which means this technological boom, if it becomes a technological boom, I can't see how that leads to like an enormous splurge in economic growth, because I don't see where the customer is. Yeah, and this reminds me of the very famous but possibly apocryphal, made up conversation that Henry Ford, the big American car making industrialist, had when he introduced machines into his factories. So this is probably not a true story, but he's Henry Ford, this incredibly wealthy, the guy who founded Ford Cars, obviously. He's got his car factory and he's filled it with all these amazing machines, and he's showing the union representative like around the factory, and he's basically saying, well, good luck getting these machines to pay your union dues. And he's basically saying, well, I don't need your workers. And the union rep turns around and says, well, good luck getting these machines to buy your cars, which is basically making the point that if you do not have a wealthy, cash-owning middle class and working class who are able to spend money, you cannot grow economically, because you do not have a customer for the things that you create. And in the context of the inability to rapidly grow economically, what happens when you significantly improve technology? Well, I think the obvious healthy response is, okay, we've improved our technology, but we cannot rapidly increase our production because we don't have like a customer there who is there willing and able to buy it. So what we could do, instead of using that technology to massively increase our production, massively increase our output, is we could use that improved technology to simply reduce our working hours. And then, okay, we don't have enormously more output, but we have more.
Who mentioned working hours before? Hey, I think it was you, Jag, if you're still listening to this. Very interesting. Very interesting. There was a Jordan Peterson reference to the paintbrush. We needed you. Spandonk. He's right. All I can think about is the brush now. His grandmother's brush. It was awful. It was awful. Damn, I had to leave for a sec, but sounds like he's reached what happens when there's no market. Yeah, he's talking about it. He's talking about it. He's gotten there. He's basically saying, yes, you can increase productivity all you want. But yes, if people aren't there to spend money because you've replaced the workers or you've gotten rid of purchasing power in the economy, like, what are you going to do with all this productivity anyway? I'm sorry, it's burned into my mind. Well, it's not even you, isn't it? Who actually shared that the first time? Wasn't it Ravy who shared that one? It's burned into my mind as well.
Leisure time, and we can spend more time with our friends and our families and, on our hobbies and doing the things that we want to do. And this is the kind of thinking which was popular with one of my favorite historical economists and perhaps the most famous, well, maybe the second most famous economist of all time, the British economist John Maynard Keynes, who he lived in the 1900s, and when he was seeing the rapid improvements in technology, the rapid improvements in production, which definitely continued into the 1900s, he could see how great this was for the economy, and he said that our grandchildren would work 15-hour weeks, which is basically saying our grandchildren would only have to work 2 days a week. And what he's seeing there, and what he's saying there, is exactly true, which is in the context of rapidly improving technology, that means humans are more productive. One way that we can respond to that is by basically giving all humans more leisure time. And Keynes was exactly right, that was possible.
It's so Marxian, this stuff. Keynes, whatever. Who came first, asshole?
That is possible. But he said that quote, probably something like 100 years ago, and here in 2026, we can clearly see that actually the amount of time that humans spend working has probably significantly increased, especially in the last 50, 60, 70 years. When you factor in the fact that there's been a big increase in female labour force participation, so now you have pretty much all adults working rather than just half of adults working in paid work, but obviously the childcare and the housework still needs to be done by somebody. I think despite the fact that we've had massive increase in technology, Keynes' prediction that his grandkids would work 15-hour weeks has been massively wrong. So why is it that despite increasing technology, we see in many cases neither improved living standards nor reduced working hours? The answer is because of inequality. So let's talk about how improved technology works in an equal society. And I think it's important to recognize that when economists talk about technology and how it affects an economy, it's important to recognize that the vast majority of economic models used by economists implicitly assume a perfectly equal society. So in a perfectly equal society, we all own our share of the productive resources. So you own a big chunk of the AI, and you own a big chunk of the factories, and you own your own home, and you own some of the farmland, and you own some of the energy production facilities. And you're relatively self-sufficient in your ownership of resources. A new technology comes out, fantastic, you're more productive, and you have a choice of how do I respond to my increased productivity? Do I work more because now I can make more money with my increased work? Or do I...
Whoa, did he just say that? Fuck this guy. What about who's going to do all the domestic work? Is that what you're saying? Or just stop reproducing? Problem solved. I used to work 72 hours a week, LOL, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week in road construction. That's heavy as fuck. 72 hours, that's a big working week. The issue is that they figured out a temporary patch, which was tying wealth to debt, which allowed them to keep pushing the economy when the capitalist model started to fail. I've got some spare canvas, I would swing it, though I've only ever made art of Danny DeVito before, so I don't know how it'll go. You can just make me Danny DeVito, and still, as long as Mal's in the background, that's the main thing. Made insane money. Okay, fair enough. But damn, 72 hours a week, that's commitment. By doing that, it allowed consumption to consider, even when the consumer shouldn't have been there, siphoning more money upwards. Yeah. Thank God for the financialization of everything, hey? Credit. That changed the game for capitalism. Danny Misterito. It's fucking hilarious. I'll take it. Sorry, continue not consider. Continue not consider. All right, sorry, back to this guy.
Work less because I don't need to work so much. Have a choice. How do I use this windfall? Do I use it to get more money or do I use it to get more leisure time? But when we have a very unequal society, which we are moving into, what that means is the resources, the natural resources like the food and the energy and the productive facilities that turn these things into energy that you need, but also, most obviously, that the buildings and the houses are all owned by a small super wealthy elite. That's the case in very unequal societies. We're not quite there yet, but we're going in that direction. In this situation, work plays a very important role, which is when you have a small group of people that own all the assets, and also they own the debt, so your government is in debt to them, you maybe are in debt to them with your mortgage or your student debt. Every week, every month, every year, you need to pay them a significant amount of money because you need to access those resources. You need to eat food, you need to live in a house, so you've got to pay rent or mortgage. Your government is in debt to them, maybe you're in debt to them, so you've got to pay interest. You've got to pay them for access to energy, you've got to pay them for access to transport because they own all of these things. When you have a very unequal society, the majority of people have to pay every week, every month money to the rich. And how are you able to pay them that money when you do not have any resources yourself? The answer is, the way the system is balanced is work. Work plays a very crucial function in an unequal society. Work is how you balance your basically from birth debt to the rich. You're born where you own nothing, they're born knowing everything. The only way for you to get access to the resources that you need and they own is you have to work for them. And what this means is, if you have a sudden increase in technology, especially if that technology is owned by them, you cannot respond by working less. Because if you choose to work less, how do you pay your mortgage? How do you pay your rent? How do you buy food? These guys own these things and they need you to work for them. Well, you need to work for them, otherwise they're not going to give you access to these things. And I think, really, when we want to discuss the question of will improved technology, will AI liberate us, like John Maynard Keynes wanted it to, like to some degree I think it did, and it has since World War II, or will it enslave us, like it did for those workers in the early industrial revolution, you know, here in Britain, who were forced to work in terrible conditions, you know, in factories, in terrible, unsafe cities, like it did to the people in India who lost their jobs and starved to death, and the people in Ireland and in many countries around the world. Really, it is quite simply a question of who owns the technology. It's a simple question of that.
He's definitely a Marxist. Like, come on. Like, who owns the means of production? Who owns the technology? Who owns the land and all the resources? He's a fuckhead. Either that or he's just stumbled upon all of this by absolute chance. Absolute chance. I don't think that's a problem. But like, I guess this is how you reach a big audience, like what he does. Just regurgitate the same theory and just don't call it what it is, and people will be like, oh god, this is genius. Why hasn't anyone said this before? Well, people have been saying this for like a fucking long time, but it's too scary apparently. So people reject it instantly when you say it in the context of who comes up with these ideas. So just pretend like it's just a normal line of thinking. And don't say where you got it from, and people will love it. Very interesting stuff.
I think history, any real close look at history will show us that this naive reading of don't worry about it, it's going to be fine, like time heals all wounds, is incredibly naive. Because that first industrial revolution caused 100 years of, 100, 150 years of desperate poverty in this country, and, arguably 250 years of desperate poverty all around.
This theory, yes, but like cleverly not. He's ganked it, but like I don't think he's trying to pretend that it's his though. But like people seem to love it. Also, thinking the pie has been redistributed instead of grown. Also, media monopoly and propaganda. Magpie?
In the world. And it wasn't really resolved in a way that provided living standards for ordinary workers until these labour movements were built over generations. And it wasn't really until wealth was redistributed after World War II that it ever provided decent living standards for ordinary people. So once again, that might seem like another depressing message from Gary's Economics. But I don't think it is, and I'll tell you why, right? The first thing is, like, it is very important that you recognise improved technology has the capacity to hurt you as much as it has the capacity to help you. And it's very important that you recognise that in the past, improved technologies have caused enormous damage to many people around the world whilst making a small number of elites incredibly rich. It's very important that you recognise that, because if you don't recognise that, you will allow it to happen again. But I also think when we go back and we look at what happened last time, what happened in the Industrial Revolution, and the terrible poverty that was endured by my grandparents and my great-grandparents and your great-grandparents and all of our great-grandparents, it doesn't need to be a depressing story. And the reason I say that is, when I look back at the terrible poverty that was endured by the people who lived in the 1800s and the early 1900s across the world, what really amazes me most is that they were able...
And it will happen again and again and again. Yeah, like as he said, because there'll be a small group of people that control the technology and they'll benefit off it. So like there's any rise in productivity, it's not marginal productivity that the worker is then somehow paid for because there's a perfect competitive environment out there. The productivity, meaning you can get more out of an existing pool of workers. So like what they've what they've already done with AI so far. And you can see this in like memos that come from corporations and in their hiring and firing tactics, is like they've integrated AI. And so they've turned around to their current workforces and said, we're freezing hiring. We've got AI now. Whether it works or not, fucking who cares? We've got AI now. You guys find a way to put AI into your current workflows. And people have started using AI, and they're like, we're not hiring until you integrate AI. And if it helps you do your job better, then fantastic. If it doesn't, tough tits, your problem, not ours. And so if it has made people more productive at work, that just means they can get more work out of people with the same amount of people, meaning they can get greater marginal productivity out of an existing workforce, not by adding one extra worker who provides a little bit more value and then getting the wins from the extra worker. The real thing is they're going to use the same amount of people or less and just make them more productive that way. That wealth will just go to them. It's not going to go to workers. I don't think it really ever has. If there is a case where rising productivity has meant workers get paid more, I don't think that would have been directly. That would have been very indirectly. That would have been because society itself has become wealthier. And then people had more purchasing power as a result of that. But like a rise in productivity just means you can actually squeeze more work out of the exact same amount of workers. And so you have two choices there. You keep the same amount of workers with a newer technology that makes them more productive and you produce more shit. And so you got more shit to sell, or you downsize your workforce and produce the same amount of stuff with less people. But like that doesn't get passed on to workers. I'm assuming he's going to say something along those lines. But this productivity just means the people that own AI are just going to become richer because of it.
To go from those situations of incredible poverty, and you have to remember, right, these people lived at a time, the poverty which these people endured during and immediately after the Industrial Revolution and the world wars and all the terrible things that happened, you know, all around the world as part of colonialism and all of this stuff.
I think it's obvious. Opening a brothel is the only good business idea going forward. Have you looked at what they're doing with AI and robotics? Maybe brothels will be out of the question soon. Like some people will just want that human touch, but like they got brothels covered. Heidi the sausage, can I just say?
That happened in a context of people having lived for thousands of years in incredibly unequal economies. And, you know, we had in this country like a class system, which really told people, you know, okay, yeah, you're poor and you live like and they're rich and they have more than you. But that's the way that it's supposed to be because they're up there and you're down here and they're better than you and you should know your place. And these people had never seen, not just in their lifetimes, but for generations and generations and centuries before them, these people had never really seen societies in which people were broadly equal and which the average worker got a decent share and where the average worker got security and stability and the idea of an economy and a world where your average man or woman...
But you can't make a robot cry. Warming function is enough, surely. I'm glad this is coming from the ladies in the chat. I just hope it leads to rewriting rules instead of trying to band-aid the broken system. It's not, though. It's not. This is what I was saying. Like, I said this, like, right at the start of when he was talking. The only way to fucking safeguard against this is not, like, I don't know, ensure we have, UBI or the workers are... There's enough money for us to still be better consumers. The only way is to rewrite a system and make sure we have better human rights. So, like, our society has to ensure that, like, human rights are key. So we have a right to a house, a nice house, quality housing, quality education, quality healthcare and education, all those sort of things, all those necessities, all the basic necessities that we get off the market at the moment need to be provided by society at a high quality level. And then they can enjoy having AI that's super productive and replaces workers, because like we'll have all the basic necessities met, and like anything else you want on top of that, yeah, okay, fine, get a job and pay for it. Find some money somehow, take out a fucking loan and pay for it, but like we'll be covered outside of that. So yeah, if they're going to get super productive with AI and control the world with it, as long as we have some good human rights that are provided for in those societies, and they will have to share some of the productive gains to ensure those human rights are met, then that's the only way to protect against this sort of stuff. Or by your own island, if you're a tech bro. Yeah, well, fuck. Whoever is first to buy an island, make sure everybody's allowed to have a chance to live on that island, and we can all be happy together. I'll make my own country with blackjack and hookers. Exactly.
And their kids could have good quality healthcare, education, housing, food. They'd never seen it. They'd never seen it happen. And yet from that situation, they built the world which my parents and maybe your parents lived in, where an average person, an average man or woman can get an average job and get a decent quality house and decent quality education and decent quality healthcare. And I find it so amazing that they found from that poverty somehow the ability to fight for a world which they'd never seen. And, you know, sometimes
warming function won't cost an extra charge on our island.
Sometimes in the course of the work that I do, well,
thanks to global warming, you won't even need a warming function. Eh?
Very often, to be honest, I have to encounter a lot of naysayers that when I say, listen, life is getting worse, but we can fix it if we tax the rich more fairly. People turn around to me and they say, oh, what are you talking about? You know, you're being idiotic, you're being unrealistic. There's no way we can tax the rich at high rates. If we tax them, they'll just leave. Like, forget it. There's no way. It's just the way things are. And they say that from a position where you and I can sit now and, you know, we can read our history books and we can read Wikipedia and we can go and read Charles Dickens.
You need eggs and I need milk is the grossest, best thing I've heard all day. And that's saying something for this chat. Come on. We are very savory on this chat.
You know, we can talk to our parents and grandparents and we can see what life was like in this country and your country, wherever you're from, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. We can see the desperate poverty that people lived in. And we can see the enormous improvements that were made in living standards over the course of the 20th century. And we can see, you know, I know most of us were not alive back then when these changes were made, but we can see, within the last 100 years, the enormous improvements that were achieved in living standards. And yet, even in that context, many people will believe, and will try to convince you to believe, that better is not possible. Even though we can see, just by looking in many cases at our own parents and grandparents, that better is possible. That an economy where ordinary people get security and safety and dignity and respect and education and healthcare and food and housing, we can see that it was possible just 50 years ago. And when I see how hard it is often to convince people that better is possible now, even in the context of it being there in living memory, when I look back at the struggles that my grandparents, our great-grandparents, wherever you're watching from, that they went through in the context of this like terrible poverty, terrible living conditions, the fact that despite that, they were willing to get together and put their heads together for no payment and work hard to create this labour movement, to fight for a fairer share, to demand things like better pay and healthcare and education and housing and living conditions. The fact that they were able to do that, despite at the time it never having been done before. They had nothing to look back on. When people told them, this is impossible, you can't get more, you're at the bottom of the barrel here, you don't deserve better, they couldn't look back like we can and say, look, it was done. It was done less than 100 years ago. Living standards were changed, inequality was decreased, things were made better. They were going out there with nothing, in desperate poverty and fighting for that. despite the fact that they could never see it having been done before anywhere. And they fought anyway. And when I see that not only...
I don't know, man. I don't agree with this part of the theory. Like he's saying like, oh, they worked hard and then they got wins on the board and everywhere got increased living standards. Unfortunately, that was not the case, to be honest. I think World War II happened and so much capital was destroyed and so much of the capitalist classes were destroyed by that. There was just a power vacuum. And in the power vacuum, people made incredible wealth and were able to establish themselves. And in the wake of the World War, they were able to ask for better conditions and negotiate for better positions. So they just had more power in the power vacuum. If it wasn't for World War II, they would never have got any of those things. The living standards wouldn't have improved much, unless someone produced, a washing machine and wanted to push that onto an entire consumer market. And so then everyone would have got washing machines. I think he's putting too much credit on people being able to organize themselves to get higher living standards. The living standards that we enjoy today, if you have access to running water, electricity, washing machine, dishwasher, vacuum cleaner, all these things that make your life, I guess, more hygienic and then thus a higher quality. Like those things are actually consumer goods. And so when the market produces them and needs to push them onto people, then we get higher living standards as a result of that. It's related and it's cyclic, but you don't have a higher living standard because someone was like, everybody needs a washing machine. Like people created washing machines to make money out of, and then convinced everybody they needed a washing machine. I'm not saying that washing machines aren't better than someone spending 6 hours a day struggling to wash clothes, and it hasn't liberated people. But somebody made the washing machine and then convinced everybody that they needed it. It wasn't like this world where, as he's describing kind of in a way, that workers got together and were like, we all need washing machines. And that will raise our living standard. And then the capitalist class agreed to make washing machines that they could profit off and we could all buy. Living standards have increased in relation to the market and what the market has been able to provide. And that was, yes, done in the wake of World War II after a lot of stuff was destroyed because of world wars, and people spent a lot of time rebuilding things. And so then a lot of wealth got redistributed as a result of war, not exactly the fact that everyone banded together and demanded better rights and conditions. So unless we're going to have World War III, that's going to basically throw society largely into chaos and destroy a lot, including destroying a lot of people that have a lot of wealth, like he's talking about the ultra wealthy who hoard a lot and don't give anything back. Unless we have another event like that where a large portion of the ruling classes and the economic elites are destroyed themselves, we're not going to have the situation that he's talking about. It wasn't, as much as I believe in organization and all that sort of stuff, it wasn't exactly that brought us high living standards. It was a lot of destruction and a power vacuum that allowed people to get wealthy after World War II, because that's what we're dealing with right now is our grandparents' generation, as he was saying, they had it so much better than us. And we're staring down the barrel of being the first generation since our grandparents or great-grandparents or whatever to not have an increase in living standards. And that's because of the inequality he's talking about. But the inequality of before World War II and World War I, we got to a crazy peak in inequality, but that was destroyed because of world wars and the destruction of capital and the capitalist classes as a result of that. I'm not as optimistic as he is that if we just put our heads together, we can improve the situation. I'm a revolutionary, and I think the entire system has to be changed in order to get the stuff that he's talking about. He's talking about it as long as we just have a better tax system and a way of extracting the wealth that has been hoarded by the elites, that'll do the trick. What actually happened before was world wars took the wealth of the elites. And then for a period of time while it was all settling again, and before they were able to snatch it all back up again, which is exactly what happened, until they were able to snatch it back up again, there was a nice period where everyone's living standards increased. And that is true. But again, I think that was more the result of the chaos of world wars, which is a crisis of capitalism. But nobody sees world wars like that. They just think it was evil men that start world wars. Not a crisis of capitalism itself, which was definitely a crisis of capitalism. But like, I hope that the only way to fix capitalism is not another fucking world war. So I don't want to stick around for that. I would prefer to change the system before we get to a point where where hundreds of millions of people have to die and be displaced, and heaps of capital has to be destroyed, and by wiping out entire countries that have to be rebuilt again, and wiping out the elites and their wealth for them to just pick it up again in 50 years time. I don't know. I see what he's saying. I like how he's explained all of it, but I don't know if all of us putting our minds together and taxing the rich is going to solve the problem. I think the problem is systematic. And even if you tax the rich really well and he comes up with a really good policy, in a generation, they'll find a way to destroy his policy when he's, not fighting anymore or he's gone. They'll convince everyone to get rid of the policy and we'll be back at square one. Aussie Logic, they made washing machines and appliances so women could spend more time working to dissolve the family unit. Then they told women they didn't need men and our population dropped. Aussie Logic. Well, they actually, they created washing machines and fucking sewing machines and all that sort of stuff. And they told women that they were going to have more free time, actually. And look at them, a question for the women in the audience. Do you feel like you have more free time? Hey? Does anyone have more free time? I don't think so. There it is. What good is money if there is no bread to eat? Government today want to lower your living standards because you're getting too uppity. Yeah, LOL, uppity. That's a good word. Stop immigration. Build our industry. How about just build your industry? Just drop the fucking culture war stuff. Build the industry. I'm all for that. Employ everyone. Yeah, the system is flawed and there's no band-aid that would eventually need replacing or risk the wound reopening. Yeah. Capitalism made women work, yes. Free time means more babies. Yes, that's a fair point. But you got to have everybody that's got to have that free time then. Free time means more Lego building for us sexless folk. Especially when the robot sex workers armies invade. No, it really doesn't. Women aren't having babies because they don't want them. Yeah, take that. Can't make babies with robots, eh? I don't know. Apparently China's working on that. They have artificial wombs that they're working on at the moment, like robotic wombs. So who knows? Maybe we won't need people to make babies soon. Just their eggs and their milk, as Spandok has pointed out. All right, I got to leave it there. Thank you, everyone, for coming in today. Do appreciate it. Aussie Logic, Heidi the Sausage, Ravy Baby, Spandonk. Who else we got here? I said Heidi the Sausage already. I'm sure I have. If I haven't, I'm sorry. Dilemmas. Govan. Thanks for people that have provided super chats today. Thank you so much. KK Online. Dilemmas. Tall Pine. Gary Economics. Thanks for providing the afternoon session. Who else have I got here? 4AS was in the house earlier. Carly Wyote was in the house too. Who else? I can't go that far back. Damn. Jag was in the house earlier. Sarsaparilla Jane was hanging out too. Hobo Joe, Captain Bucket. I can't see anyone else though. I'm sorry if I've missed you. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you very much. If you are watching now and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you smash that like button. Smash the crap out of it. And I will see you tomorrow. Far Right Fridays. If you think of anything you want to tag me in Discord, if you want us to cover something, let me know. If not, I'll find something to keep us entertained tomorrow. Con as well. Sorry I didn't read you out before. Like Jim Carrey and the Rhino. Yeah, lovely. That scene is fucking, it's too much, isn't it? It's too much. It's way too much. Sounds way too clinical for me. Warming function doesn't do it. There it is. Later, skaters. All right. See you later, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you tomorrow.